Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right. So shout out to everybody who is in the building early. It is good to see each and every one of you. If you guys can hear me okay and everything looks good on the screen, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys cannot hear me, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. All right. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who is in the building. All right. Shout out to Faith Enlightened. It is good to see you as always. Shout out to my man Jay Fields. Good to see you, bro. And shout out to Black Spider. All right. It is good to see you guys. If y'all haven't hit that like button yet, take a moment, hit that like button. Also, if you guys haven't subscribe to the channel, take a moment, hit that bell, subscribe to the channel. Also, make sure that you guys follow me on Twitch and on Rumble and join the Discord so that you can be a part of the conversations and suggest content. All right. Shout out to Jerry Bedford. What's good with it, bro? So we're going to do All Money Ain't Good Money. We haven't done All Money Ain't Good Money in a long time. This is going to be a long stream because there's a lot of money being given out. And what we're going to do is we're going to look at all of this money that people are talking about, and we're going to ask the question, whose policies will make this money have a higher probability of being able to be utilized by us? Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? And I think that that's one thing that people should do, and people should look at it in terms of their choice of candidate, who they plan on voting for, or if they plan on voting at all. Another thing that we're going to do is we're going to look at all of this money and we're going to assess, quote unquote, the idea of quote unquote handouts. Because when people talk about quote unquote handouts, for whatever reason, this stuff never gets thrown around. This stuff never gets talked about. When you're talking about the banks, when you're talking about all of these large corporations, when you're talking about stipends for a lot of these businesses that allow these businesses to continue to run, then we got to ask ourselves the question, well, if all of this money is going into these business entities, who is it actually that's getting the money? I'm going to let you guys ponder on that as we go through this stuff. All right. The first thing we're going to talk about, I talked about this on the other channel. Elon Musk with this $45 million per month to this Trump super PAC. As we found out in that last live stream, it's a collaborative effort. Other people are involved. A lot of Silicon Valley people like the Winklevoss twins and all of them. Shout out to my man Alonzo. What's good with it, bro? All right. So it says Elon Musk denies reports that he's funneling $45 million to a super PAC backing Trump. I'm more A.M.A.G. Make America Greater. Now, the thing is about this is as we go through this article, we'll see there's still going to be money funneled into this super PAC. And a lot of that money is going to go to whoever the super PAC wants it to go to, which in this particular situation, highest likelihood is Trump. But there's more than just Elon Musk who are involved in it. Okay. And you got to ask yourself a question. This super PAC, these lobbies, is this pay for play? So I'm going to ask you guys the question. Is this pay for play? If this is pay for play, give me a thumbs up. If it's not pay for play, then give me a thumbs down. Elon Musk on Monday rejected reports that he planned on funneling $45 million per month to a new political group supporting former President Donald Trump. The Tesla CEO, who has endorsed Trump, also insisted he wouldn't consider himself MAGA during a sit-down interview with conservative commentator Jordan B. Peterson. Now, I watched part of the interview. I didn't get a chance to watch the whole thing. My question for you guys is, how many people saw that interview? If you guys saw the Jordan Peterson, Elon Musk interview, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, then give me a thumbs down. While past reports citing sources have said the billionaire will fork over the whopping sum to the America PAC, Musk shot down the assertion. So we got to ask the question, where did that information come from? What's been reported by the media is simply not true. Musk told Peterson, I am not donating $45 million a month to Trump. Okay. In a tweet Tuesday night, he also dismissed the reports. I'm making some donations to America PAC, but at a much lower level, and the key values of PAC and are supporting a mediocrity in individual freedom, Musk stated. Okay. Republicans are mostly, but not entirely, on the side of merit and freedom. Now, let me ask you guys this. How many people agree with that statement? If you guys agree with that statement, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with that statement, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to my man TD. What's good with it, bro? Okay. Musk, who is 53, said he helped create the super PAC, which can raise unlimited funds for independent expenditures that can help a campaign but are not funneled directly into the campaign. Such political groups are regularly used by both Republicans and Democrats. So my question is, if we want politicians who have our interests solely in mind, would it be a bad idea for us to consider constructing a business entity like this? That's my question for you guys. Because if these people are using pay to play in order to get politicians in place, if there's no vehicle like this in place for us to be able to pay for any politicians that have our interests in mind, my question is, how do we expect to get our interests even on the table? That's my question. Okay. It's not meant to be a sort of hyper-partisan PAC, he said. It's actually the core principles this American PAC are. The intent is to promote the principles that made America great in the first place. Now, let me ask you guys this question, right? What are those principles that they're talking about? So there's this group of principles these guys are talking about, and they say that these principles are the principles that, quote unquote, made America great. Now, my question for everybody is, what are those principles that these people are talking about? I wouldn't say that I'm, for example, MAGA or Make America Great Again. I think America is great. I'm more MAG than Make America Greater. Now, I wouldn't disagree with this, right? Because as we'll see later, America has been great for Elon Musk, right? America has been great for Elon Musk. So, if you ask me, the operative thing for people to do would be to come up with some type of political organization that, quote unquote, makes America great for the first time for a lot of us. But that's not really what's on the plate of the political conversation these days. You know what I'm saying? The group is focused on rallying support for Trump in swing states to counter Democrats' efforts in those crucial areas, the Wall Street Journal reported. America PAC was created in Austin, Texas, where Tesla's headquarters is located in May. The PAC has spent $21 million on independent expenditures, mostly focused on voter turnout, the New York Times reported on Tuesdays. All right. Musk also said he doesn't think the GOP is flawless and doesn't describe to a quote unquote cult of personality during the interview with Peterson. But he commended Trump for displaying true courage after he got shot at a Pennsylvania rally earlier this month and stressed, quote unquote, that Republicans are the better choice over Democrats this November. I think we need a change in administration, Musk said. Now, let me ask you guys this. How many people believe that that Republicans are a better choice than Democrats for those people that are going to, quote unquote, make that choice? That's my question. And yeah, I got to agree with TD. Shout out to TD. TD says you got to cut the check with a super PAC before they cut the check. Yeah, I agree. I agree 110%. If you guys agree with TD, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So my question for you guys is that when it comes to a lot of these conversations and different things like that, why is it that when it comes to the Democrats are moving in such a very different fashion than they are when it comes to dealing with the Republicans? You got these Zoom phone calls and all of this stuff, and it just seems like the Republicans are doing business a little bit different. And I got to ask, which method of doing business seems that it would make the most sense? Now, here's one of the motivations, right, that I think that Elon Musk and Silicon Valley are attempting to appeal to Trump, all right? How many people are familiar with Agenda 40? I think it's Agenda 47. Shout out to James Denny. What's good with it, bro? If you're familiar with Agenda 47, let me know. Shout out to Tricky Nick. What's good with it, bro? Now, one of the things that Agenda 47 proposes, right? And as we all know, a proposal is not necessarily something that's come true yet. A proposal is just something that's on the table, like a quote unquote item of interest per se, right? So here's a item per interest of interest. Freedom cities. Okay. Freedom cities is something that is on the Agenda 47. Now, my question for you guys is, what is a freedom city and what kind of value chain does a freedom city provide? How can money be funneled from a freedom city? Also, who's going to funnel money into the freedom and where will that money funnel down at? See, these are the questions why you got to ask these questions about the businesses that are on the NASDAQ, the businesses that are in the S&P 500, the businesses that are on the New York Stock Exchange, right? Because if there's a large expenditure of money that goes into quote unquote the construction of these quote unquote freedom cities, we always have to ask, what is the amount of money or what is the percentage of this money that we're going to get? The percentage of that money that we're going to get should always be a considered factor when it comes to if you're voting for somebody or if you're not voting at all. And again, I never see those kind of discussions. And my question for you guys is, why do you not see those kinds of discussions? If money is the issue that's on the table, if quote unquote economic empowerment, quote unquote, is the issue that people want to deal with, then why don't they deal with that issue? Why don't they deal with that issue? You know what I'm saying? Why is that not an issue of interest? It is an issue of interest for some people, right? It's clearly an issue of interest to Elon Musk, the Winklevoss twins, and all of those people in Silicon Valley. But for whatever reason, it's not the lay conversation. So if it's not the lay conversation, my question is, what do people actually want out of this? What do people want? I don't understand. I'm trying to figure this out. This is an old article, right? There's two articles that we're going to take a look at. And both of these detail freedom cities. Trump proposes building 10 freedom cities and flying cars. Now, here's my question. If these freedom cities are built and there's contracts for these flying cars, where is the money with the federal, state, and local grants going to go? What businesses are going to get that money? Who's going to get that money? So now something like this, right? This would be one of the reasons why people like Elon Musk would be behind supporting a Trump, right? Because Elon Musk knows that he has business apparatuses that are directly linked to futuristic businesses like this: artificial intelligence, energy, mobile energy, electronic vehicles. And these are going to be a lot of the pillars of these freedom cities. So now my question is, how will anybody be able to cash in on that? And also, how is that quote unquote not a handout? How is that not a handout? Now, I don't know what Kamala Harris's policies are or programs are on this particular situation, or what she plans on doing. If I find some information, or if somebody shoots me some information, we'll definitely go over it. But my question is, how would anybody be able to capitalize on this is my question. Now, we know that Elon Musk, the Winklevoss twins, Silicon Valley, computer companies, IT companies, AI companies, cryptocurrency companies, those type of companies, they ripe for the picking for this type of business, right? So whoever is providing policy that's favorable to a business, more than likely the policy business connection is going to drive the political support and in turn drive votes, right? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. So my question is, what is Kamala Harris doing that mirrors this? And when it comes to Trump or Harris, who has what we can capitalize on the most? That's my question for everybody. Help me out. You know what I'm saying? Don't be shy. Help me out. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know it's an open forum. You ain't gonna get roasted. You know what I'm saying? All answers welcome. You know what I'm saying? All questions welcome. So now here it says, and again, this is an old article, right? This is from let me see. This is from March 3rd of 2023. All right. Former President Donald Trump on Friday proposed building up to 10 futuristic quote unquote freedom cities on federal land, part of a plan that the 2024 presidential contender said would create a new American frontier in a country that has lost its boldness. Now, if you ask me, right, and I've been saying this for a long time and it's kind of gone on deaf ears, but the new American frontier is the metaverse. The new American frontier is the digital landscape. The new American frontier is artificial intelligence. The new American frontier is cryptocurrency. I've also heard some proposals where politicians are talking about possibly using Bitcoin as a United States reserve currency. Now, I don't know how true that is or who's actually doing it. I need to take a deep dive into that research. I've just heard some things, but those are things that are moving the United States into the future. Those are things that's moving the United States into the future. And as the United States is moving into the future, a lot of people are still lost in the past. A lot of people are still lost in the past. A lot of the discussions about a lot of this political stuff and politics and all of that, it's not even really relevant. It's not even not any strategy being created. There's not any plans being made. These people here already have plans and blueprints. But an issue is that you can't get people to be interested in creating these kind of plans. And then when the future passes people by, there's excuses on people not utilizing information that was publicly available. This is information that's publicly available. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says commuters, meanwhile, could get around in flying cars. Trump said, an echo of the Jetsons, the classic cartoon about a family in a high-tech future society. We are in the future. Every tomorrow is the future. Every time you set your alarm clock, you're setting your alarm clock for the future. The future is always happening. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if people really conceptualize that, but we are in a constant state of moving through the present, leaving the past behind, and advancing further and further into the future. There's a lot of people out there who are moving in an opposite direction on a linear timeline. As the future approaches, a lot of people are devolving and moving back into the past. I don't understand where people expect that to get them. I don't. You know what I'm saying? Work to develop vertical takeoff and landing vehicles is already underway by major airlines. All right. Auto manufacturers and other companies, though widely seen as years away from reaching the market. Now, I've talked about this, right? I've talked about this. I've said before, these are the type of companies that people need to try to get into and start cornering the market on in order to develop some economic and political power. And again, I just don't understand why these kind of things are not even being discussed at all. I would say at the center of the conversation, but there's not even an existent conversation for any of this kind of stuff to be at the center of. I want to know why. You know what I'm saying? I want to ensure that America, not China, leads this revolution in air mobility. Trump, who announced his third bid for the presidency in November, said in a 4-minute video detailing his plan. Now, here's my question. If you had a research company, right, or a air mobility business, it's probably highly likely that you'd be able to take advantage of some of those government handouts that might come with a Trump presidency, right? Where are those businesses at? Who are the entrepreneurs that are coming up with those businesses? So now here it says, he said he would launch a contest. right? A contest of to charter up to 10 freedom cities, roughly the size of Washington, D.C., on undeveloped federal land. I mean, there's going to be people that are going to make millions of dollars off of this. Millions of dollars off of this. And like people, you know what I'm saying? Millions of dollars off of this. And these aren't the things that people are talking about. I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? We'll actually build new cities in our country again. Let me ask you guys this question. If we're building cities on completely uncharted, undeveloped federal cities, somebody name me all of the business opportunities that could come with that. What are the business opportunities that could come with that? Unlimited contracts, construction, energy, telecommunications, electronic vehicles, charging stations, Wi-Fi, power. Who's trying to take advantage of this stuff? Who's trying to come make a startup? Now, here's my question. If we understand these facts and we allow these federal dollars to be divvied out to competing interests, here's my question. What is that going to do to the racial wealth gap? What is that going to do to the racial wealth gap? If companies like Tesla that are already making a ton of money are able to jump on these opportunities, seize them first, and get all of these government contracts, that's going to funnel a lot of revenue back into Elon Musk's pocket and a lot of the executives at businesses like Tesla. What's that going to do to the racial wealth gap? You know what I'm saying? We'll actually build new cities in our country again, Trump said in the video. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination, and give hundreds of thousands of young people and other people, all hardworking families, a new shot at home ownership and, in fact, the American dream. Now, here's my question. This sounds good, right? We don't know if it's going to happen or not, but we need to compare this to what Kamala Harris is doing or offering and ask the question, is she offering anything like this? Then the next question people need to ask is, who's in position to take advantage of something like this? And then we need to ask the question, what can we do to either get ourselves into position to take advantage of something like this, or what can we do to petition for resources that are necessary to get us into position to take advantage of opportunities like this? But again, I keep asking, those conversations aren't happening, and I'm trying to figure out why not. Actually, I'm not trying to figure out why not. I know why they're not, but I just want to know what you guys think. So now here it says Trump's pitch comes the day before he is set to address the Conservative Political Action Conference in Washington, D.C., and as the 2024 Republican presidential field begins to take shape. The proposal is the latest in a series of early policy offerings from Trump, who in recent weeks has also said he would seek to ramp up domestic energy production. Let me ask you guys a question. If one of the political objectives is to ramp up domestic energy production, do you think that domestic energy businesses are going to get treated favorably and get a lot of grants and contracts from the government, military, and all of that? Adopt more isolationist foreign policy stance and purge the government and military of quote-unquote warmongers and globalists, and undo a Biden executive order that will require government agencies to submit annual public plans aimed at promoting equity. All right. In December, the former president unveiled plans as part of his quote-unquote free speech platform that included vows to ban, look at this, vows to ban federal money from being used to label speech as misinformation or disinformation, and to push universities engaging in censorship activities with cuts to federal funding. Okay. Trump did not elaborate Friday on how he would pay for his latest proposal, leaving unanswered what could be the biggest question as Republicans in Washington seek to curb federal spending. He also did not explain how some elements of his proposal differ from similar Democratic plans. Okay. So now let me, so clearly, according to CNN, there are some Democratic plans that are offering similar amenities, right? My question for people is, what are the mirroring Democrat policies? And why haven't those really been discussed? His plan, which was light on details, includes 3 additional planks: increasing tariffs on goods imported into the United States. What's that going to do? Providing families with quote unquote baby bonuses, right? That he said would help launch a new baby boom, and launching a beautification effort aimed at removing ugly buildings and revitalizing parks and public spaces. Now, again, thoughts on any of this stuff? Thoughts on any of this stuff? You know what I'm saying? Trump did not explain what quote unquote baby bonuses would amount to or who would qualify. Now, we know why there's going to be an offering of baby bonuses, right? It's not clear how his proposal differs from the enhanced child tax credit, which wasn't extended beyond 2021. Well, how it would differ would be that it would be back in play, I guess, like to start out. A group of Democratic lawmakers and progressive advocates tried but failed to have it included in the $1.7 trillion spending measure in December. Now, let's talk about this $1.7 trillion spending measure in December. Out of this $1.7 trillion spending measure in December, how much money did you guys get out of that? How much money did anybody get out of that? And if nobody got any money out of that, my question is, why do people think that they didn't get any money out of it? So now we're dealing with the trade battle, which is probably going to be talking about what's going on with China. You know what I'm saying? Trump on Friday also called for universal tariffs and imposing higher taxes on imported goods. He said he would escalate a trade battle with China, which he began during his 4 years in the White House. Doing so, he said, would jumpstart American manufacturing. So if you are somebody who is moving into the 4th industrial revolution and you have AI or automation innovation that can improve American manufacturing, again, would you be highly likely to get a contract if you had that business? And again, who on the Democrat side is offering something similar? And then also who's in position to immediately take advantage of something like that? President Joe Biden has left tariffs in place on 350 billion of Chinese goods, nearly 2/3 of what the U.S. imports from China, which were imposed by Trump. However, the cost of those tariffs are being passed on to American consumers and contributing to inflation, experts say. So again, people are asking, right, about the economy and about the high prices of groceries and all of that. And this is why. This right here is why. These tariffs haven't been adjusted to reflect the economic situation. They've been trying to use the interest rate adjustments to adjust the economic situation. You know what I'm saying? Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said last year that those tariffs on Chinese goods have imposed more harm on consumers and businesses than China, which is interesting because I don't know how they can say than China, because the reason why those tariffs exist is because China's not playing fair. You know what I'm saying? Chris Rupke, chief economist at market research fund FWD Bonds, said Trump's proposed economic plan is reflective of the one-time real estate developers' efforts before taking office. Builders build and make dreams a reality, but this plan looks like a stretch because the country cannot afford to undertake massive new projects when the national debt is over $31 trillion, Rupke said in an email, which is interesting because the national debt only comes up when people don't want to do something. When it comes to military funding and sending money overseas and all of that stuff, for whatever reason, the national debt never comes up except for when it comes to people who oppose that military spending. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. There are some interesting ideas here, but this is not the right time for bold plans that dream big. There's no money left in Uncle Sam's to pay for big dreams and dreaming projects. So here's my question. So what should we do with the money that's there? There's no time to spend on the United States, but there is time to do all these overseas expenditures and also to do things like reload money onto, migrant debit cards like that. There's time for that. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the nation is in the midst of a cost of living crisis that makes this too expensive of a proposition, Rupke added. What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that? Interesting, right? Now, we're going to talk about Kamala Harris real quick, okay? All of the issues that people are waiting for Kamala Harris to talk about, she hasn't really talked about. But what I find interesting, though, is that she did come out and she somewhat took a position on the Israel-Gaza stuff. And my question is, how legit do y'all think that this position is? And why would she come out and talk about this and not really address any of the issues that people are asking about when it comes to things going on here in the United States? You know what I'm saying? Kamala Harris piles pressure on Israel as DNC's showdown over Gaza looms. So Kamala Harris piles pressure on Israel to do what exactly? And here's my question, like, who feels that this is a priority issue? If you all feel like this is a priority issue, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't feel like this is a priority issue, then give me a thumbs down. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Okay? So now here it says Vice President Kamala Harris on Thursday adamantly called for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war following her meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as the new presidential candidate gets pressed by fellow Democrats to shift U.S. policy in Israel. So we could say that this is a priority, right? This is a priority because she's getting pressure from Democrats to move in this direction. She's getting pressure from other Democrats to move in this direction. But now, mind you, she's not getting pressure from Democrats to do a lot that's going to service her number one alleged support base and the people that she got a lot of money from. Isn't it interesting? Those trickle-down economics, they kind of don't really work. You know what I mean? They kind of don't really work. And, people don't really address that. Harris told reporters after her meeting in Washington, D.C., that she told the Israeli leader that it is time to reach an end to the war and bring those kidnapped during Hamas' October 7 attack on Israel home. Her comments follow just 4 days into her freshly launched presidential campaign. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Do you all feel that Harris is taking this approach to attempt to gain back some of those Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim voters? Because a lot of those voters have already said that they're not going to support anybody at all if people don't come out and start trying to deal with the situation going on in Gaza. So what's interesting about this is that this is an issue that not only those voters are saying, but the voters have reinforcement by the Democrats, and those Democrats are putting pressure on Kamala Harris to say stuff about this. So this is an issue that Kamala Harris has discussed. She's brought it up. And now look at the other issues that Kamala Harris has that she's been presented with that she's not bringing up. I've said it many times, but it bears repeating, Harris says. Israel has a right to defend itself, and how it does so matters, okay? Israel's military response to Hamas, which according to Palestinian health officials cited by the Associated Press, has deleted over 39,000 people and has had ripple effects across the globe. President Joe Biden, who suspended his re-election campaign on Sunday and subsequently endorsed Harris, has faced immense backlash for Washington's continued support of the Israel Defense Forces, despite the high civilian death toll and lack of humanitarian assistance in Gaza. So again, I want you guys to see Kamala Harris feels that this is a very important issue that she needs to discuss during her candidacy and as a part of her candidacy. So what does that tell you about prioritization? What does that tell you about prioritization? What has happened in Gaza over the past 9 months is devastating, Harris said on Thursday. The images of dead children and desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety, sometimes displaced by the second, third, or fourth time. We cannot look away in the face of these tragedies. We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent. So Kamala Harris has committed herself to not being silent about what's going on in Gaza. She's committed herself to not being silent. Now, let me ask you guys this question. When it comes to advocating for any of our interests, what has she committed herself to not being silent about? Protests have been ongoing across the country for months in response to Biden's handling of the war in Gaza. Some Democratic voters have also shown their discontent for the president's policies by voting uncommitted in the party's primary in the spring. Harris has become a target of the movement in recent days. So now, again, this quote unquote uncommitted movement putting the pressure on Harris, which is, and then that pressure is being reinforced by the Democrats who are in Congress. And now Kamala Harris is taking this up as a priority issue to try to deal with some of that pressure. Okay. She's taking this up as a priority issue to try to deal with some of that pressure. The vice president has secured support from enough Democrat National Convention delegates to be considered her her party's presumptive nominee in November. But delegates in Minnesota, where 18% of the Democratic primary voters cast an ballot, have said they will not support Harris at the DNC unless she commits to major policy changes on Israel. So they're expecting a commitment from Kamala Harris. Now, here's my question. When it comes to either Trump or Harris, what commitment has been forced as a policy issue? Like Arabs, Muslims, they don't make up a larger portion of the population than we do. But for whatever reason, their vote of uncommitted, it's made an impact. It's made an impact. Would you all agree? If you guys agree that it's made an impact, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree and don't think that it's made an impact, then give me a thumbs down. Now, here's my question. When it comes to things that we want, things that we expect, when it comes to doing business with Democrats or Republicans, what's necessary to get the things that we want to make an impact? You know what I'm saying? That's the question. It seems like that's what people haven't drawn a connection to yet. I don't think people want to make that connection, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? I don't think evidence supports people wanting to make that connection. You know what I'm saying? A.M.A.G.M Mohammed, a co-chair of Minnesota's delegation, told Axios that the state's 11 delegates, look at this, see this? A.M.A.G.M Mohammed, co-chair of Minnesota's delegation, told Axios that the state's 11 delegates plan to withhold their endorsement for the vice president unless she commits to ending military aid to Israel. The group also wants Harris to support a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, per the Axios report. Okay? So, again, this is getting, like they're getting through. Now, whether is Harris going to do any of this stuff or not, who knows, right? We don't know. But they're getting through. The people that are putting pressure on Kamala Harris, quote unquote, claiming to advocate for us, did they fulfill any time? Like Kamala Harris got, you know what I'm saying, like the $1.5 million, right? And the other money from the Zoom calls without any type of commitment. There's not even any money involved in this right here, and they're pushing for a commitment, and people are picking up on the momentum. So again, I got to ask, like, what's up with the backwards hustling? Shout out to Black Spider. I appreciate you, Black Spider. Make sure you guys show Black Spider some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Black Spider for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Queen, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo.
Definitely appreciate it. So again, my question is, we see this, right, talking about trial and error, right? And again, my question is, where is the evidence of our trial? Where's the evidence of our trial of a method like this? Where's the evidence of it? In Michigan's primary, 13.2% of Democrats voted uncommitted. Michigan Democratic delegate Abbas-Alwi, who is uncommitted, also shares a similar sentiment with Axios, adding that if Harris meaningfully engages with our demands, I will personally mobilize for re-election. I mean, again, this is common sense. This is common sense. All of this other stuff that's being discussed, some of it is important, some of it is not. But like, these people aren't even having those kind of discussions, and they got a laser focused single voter issue that they're isolating and putting pressure on. My question is, I don't understand what's so difficult about that. It must be the evidence shows. See, I don't understand why that's difficult, but it doesn't matter if I understand why it's difficult or not. The evidence shows that is clearly a challenge, right? The evidence shows that that's clearly a challenge because there's no evidence of anything like this going on. Now, here's who's shaming these people about this. Nobody's shaming these people about the greater good of America. Nobody's saying this is selfish because if you vote for this, we're fearing for democracy and Trump might get in. None of that rhetoric is happening. Even if that rhetoric was happening, I don't think that it would matter. I think that they would probably just push forward. So again, like, I keep asking, like, where's all of this extra noise and all this stuff coming from? I mean, again, I'm going to read this again. In Michigan's primary, 13.2% of Democrats voted uncommitted. Michigan Democrat delegate Abbas-Alwi, who is uncommitted, also shares a similar sentiment with Axios, adding that if Harris meaningfully engages with our demands, I will personally mobilize for re-election. Now, here's my question. Who's advocating like that on our behalf? Organization matters. And when there's not any organization, there's not going to be any quote unquote consistent standardized effort. Again, like, it's just really not that difficult. Thousands of protesters gathered in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday in response to Netanyahu's joint address before Congress, during which the Israeli leader did not mention plans for a ceasefire deal with Hamas leaders. Harris missed Netanyahu's speech to attend an event in Indianapolis. Several other Democratic lawmakers skipped the event. Michigan Representative Rashida Tlaib, the first Palestinian American member of Congress, attended Netanyahu's speech with signs that read "war criminal" and "guilty of genocide." Some demonstrators on Wednesday were seen raising Palestinian flags in place of U.S. flags outside of Washington's train station. Videos on social media showed others burning a U.S. flag. Harris released a statement on Thursday condemning what she described as despicable acts by unpatriotic protests and dangerous, quote unquote, hate fueled rhetoric. My question is, what is Harris talking about right there? Yeah, I got to agree with Black Spider. If you guys agree with Black Spider, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. No one is advocating like that on our behalf. That is extremely problematic, because if nobody is advocating on our behalf for any of this kind of stuff, what's the likelihood that any of this kind of stuff is going to come to pass? What's the likelihood that any of it's going to come to pass? These are not the elements of politics that people are interested in. Politics are looked at as off-season sports. When it comes to looking at football or basketball, how invested are people in actually building the team? They're not. They're only invested in if their team that they like wins or loses. They're not invested in building the team. They might invest in building the team if they pay for tickets or they pay for an extra couple channels on cable so that they can watch the teams that they want to watch. But they're not advocating. They're not doing anything. It's literally the same thing. And this is why I call politics off-season sports. You know what I'm saying? I condemn the burning of the American flag, Harris says. The flag is a symbol of our highest ideals as a nation and represents the promise of America. It should never be desecrated in that way. Okay. So I don't think that statement is going to go over very well with those people that were making that, civil disobedience statement. You know what I'm saying? Because they're making that that civil disobedience statement for a reason, right? Harris discussed the unrest during her address later in that day, saying it was important for American people to remember the war in Gaza is not a binary issue. And I think that that's what those people who were burning the flag were trying to convey to the people in Washington who have hosted Netanyahu on multiple occasions. And I don't know if they've ever hosted anyone from Gaza. You know what I'm saying? Ask my fellow Americans to help encourage efforts to acknowledge the complexity, the nuance, and the history of the region, she continued, while also not advocating for fellow Americans to encourage to understand the efforts and complexity and nuance of America. You know what I'm saying? She's not advocating for her constituents in the rest of the country to understand the nuances of what we got going on here. You know what I'm saying? Let us all condemn terrorism and violence. Let us all do what we can to prevent the suffering of innocent civilians. And let us condemn anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and hate of any kind. Let me ask you guys this question. When it comes to anti-Semitic hate crimes in the United States and Islamophobic hate crimes in the United States, when those are compared to the amount of hate crimes against Black people, what does that comparison look like? Now, I want you to see Kamala Harris has no problem getting up here and addressing this, right? And now the thing is also, whether she does something that is pro-Israel or whether she does something that is, quote unquote, pro-Palestine, she's doing those things based on particular groups of people, specific groups of people. Right? Just more hypocrisy. According to a tally by the Progressive Working Families Party, at least 94 Democratic members of Congress have called for a ceasefire or cessation of hostilities in Gaza. That's a lot. So again, when they will put pressure on whatever issues they see a reason to put pressure on, they'll put pressure on those issues. Notice how there's not really even a mention of pressure about our issues. Keep asking this question, why? One of the Democrat representatives, Jason Crow of Colorado, spoke with CNN shortly after Harris's address on Thursday, saying that the vice president's line about Israel's right to defend itself and how it does so matters is a key element to reaching the end of the war. We can both stand with Israel and help it defend itself, but it has to do so consistent with its values, added Crow. A member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, saying that the level of civilian casualties in Gaza has been unacceptable. So again, I want you guys to pay very close attention. When it comes to Kamala Harris, she's had more upfront discussions about things going on outside of the United States than she has about issues with the people that have provided her with this record amount of funding. You know what I'm saying? People have provided her with a record amount of funding, and she's not really having these kind of discussions with those people. Again, I'm going to keep asking, why do people think that is? New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu, a Republican, also spoke with CNN about Harris's speech, saying, "I'll give her credit for a strong statement. But like anything, it has to be backed up by action. Action both overseas, but also locally and domestically." Biden also pressed Netanyahu to agree to a ceasefire on Thursday during the president's face-to-face talks with the prime minister since the start of the war in Gaza. So again, Biden has taken a firm stance on this. He said, I'm pressuring you to agree to a ceasefire, which means that he's taking a position. White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby said during a news interview, while Biden and Netanyahu met, that Washington is closer now than we've ever been before in securing a deal, but added both sides have to make compromises. Now, let me ask you guys this question. When it's come to any of our demands that we've ever had when it comes to politics, who has offered us, well, we need to make a compromise? Our compromise is always, well, you're just not getting anything, but give us the vote. Shout out to AW1. What's good with you, bro? Shout out to Black Spider. Yeah, where's she at? Right. And this is it. And again, in my opinion, all of these kind of discussions that people are having, some of that stuff is important, but how high of a priority is it? How high of a priority is it? You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Hamas accepted Biden's ceasefire resolution, which was also adopted by the United Nations Security Council this month. The proposal is broken up into 3 phases that would include a complete cease of fighting, the release of hostages and Palestinian prisoners, and a complete withdrawal of all Israeli forces from Gaza. Harris said during her speech on Thursday that, look at this, here's more commitment. She remains committed to a 2-state solution once a ceasefire is reached, where Palestinians can finally realize the freedom, security, and prosperity that they rightly deserve. So again, Harris is committed to a 2-state solution. Now, here's my question, right? We talking about pay for play. We talking about what those votes hitting for, right? Kamala Harris got a lot of money. What commitments has she made there? How much money did she get from Palestinian people? She didn't get, I don't know if she got any money from Palestinian people. I don't want to go on a limb and say she didn't get any money from the Palestinian people, because I'm not sure what's been going on there financially. Shout out to the specialist. What's good with you, bro? I haven't heard anything. You know what I'm saying? But she's willing to do this and make these kind of commitments for free while taking money after saying she's not going to do anything. So I got to ask the question, like, how logical is that? How logical is that? You know what I'm saying? Now, we're going to take a look at some investments. One of my favorite politicians. You know what I'm saying? One of my favorite politicians. We're going to take a look at some investments that one of my favorite politicians is doing. Your girl, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene diversifies her portfolio with investments in AI, apparel, and energy stocks. All right. Now, why are we doing this, right? Why are we asking this question? Why are we caring? Well, for one, we're caring because Marjorie Taylor Greene is a content goldmine. You know what I'm saying? For two, here's the question. If Marjorie Taylor Greene is diversifying her portfolio with these type of investments, do you think that positive policy towards these type of investments will be things that she will vote for? So if she's investing in AI, apparel, and energy stocks, in most cases, she's probably going to support policy that will drive profitable AI, apparel, and energy production, right? Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Green bought shares of ASML, Costco Wholesale, CrowdStrike, Lululemon Athletica, and Next Extra Energy in June. Now, here goes my question. How many people have heard of these businesses? Yeah, shout out to Black Spider. Yeah, I would agree. If you guys agree with Black Spider, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. So, you know, I've said this before. People, this is not investment advice, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to pay attention to who's in politics and whatever kind of businesses they favor. Probably not a bad idea, you know what I'm saying, to diversify your portfolio a little bit, to get a couple extra pennies, right? So now here it says Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, serving Georgia's 14th Congressional District, is also a member of the Oversight and Reform Committee and the Homeland Security Committee. She is known for making several profitable investments over the years. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people have ever talked about the profitable investments that she's made? How many times do you hear people talking about profitable investments at all? You know what I'm saying? According to data from Quiver Quantitative, Green's estimated net worth is $22.15 million, and she maintains a diversified portfolio of tech companies, consumer discretionary stocks, and energy firms. Okay. The alternative data platform also details that on June 24th, she purchased shares of ASML, Costco Wholesale, CrowdStrike, Lululemon Athletica, and Next Extra Energy. All trades were between $1,100 and $15,000 in value. Focus on AI stocks across industries. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Why would she be focused on AI stocks? Now, again, look who's putting a lot of money into Trump. All of those Silicon Valley people that Elon Musk is a part of, right? Yeah. Shout out to the specialist. The specialist says they go in broke and come out millionaires 2 times over. They go in broke, make their investments, support their investments with policies, and then retire. You know what I'm saying? And then people who are not politicians sit there and watch that process take place, and then they don't mimic the behavior. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing is beyond mind-boggling to me. I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Green purchased shares of equipment maker ASML and cybersecurity giant CrowdStrike, both of which have significant AI exposure. So would it be safe to say that when it comes to Marjorie Taylor Greene's portfolio, she's bullish on AI? If it would be safe to say that Marjorie Taylor Greene's portfolio is bullish on AI, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, if that doesn't make sense, then give me a thumbs down. ASML builds equipment that chip makers also use to manufacture microchips. Now, let me ask you this. How many people remember the live stream that I did where we talked about the microchip companies that Biden gave billions of dollars to in Texas? Why? Because they want to be able to compete with Taiwan, because people are worried about Taiwan's increasing influence, or China's increasing influence on Taiwan. So if the United States loses their influence on Taiwan, then that means that China is going to have Taiwan as a microchip competitive advantage, which is paramount when it comes to a future that's going to be heavily reliant on artificial intelligence. You know what I'm saying? ASML builds equipment that chip makers use to manufacture microchips. Company shares rallied last month after Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company said it would expedite the purchase of ASML's extreme ultraviolet lithography machine. Okay. Meanwhile, cloud-based security solutions provider CrowdStrike posted a record 33% year-over-year annual recurring revenue growth to $3.65 billion for the April-ended quarter. The firm uses AI to enhance threat detection, accuracy, and enterprise risk remediation measures. The company continues to innovate rapidly. This week, it announced the rollout of its Falcon Complete Next Generation MDR, which incorporates third-party data and AI capabilities to stop data breaches quickly across the entire enterprise attack surface. Company management maintains a revenue guidance of up to $961.2 million for the second quarter. Okay, these look like some pretty decent picks, and they also look like picks that will be driven by policy going forward, depending on who's the president. You know what I'm saying? According to the latest filings, Green also purchased stocks of athletic apparel manufacturer Lululemon Athletica and retailer Costco Wholesale. Achieving long-standing profitability as a consumer discretionary stock is challenging, especially in the fashion sector. Still, Lululemon continues to witness high demand despite rising living costs due to incredible marketing and premium quality products. Amid dynamic consumer preferences, Lululemon's management maintains the brand's relevance and high operating margins through innovation and cost-effective processes. The company is already ahead of its power of 3x2 growth plan strategy to double net revenue to $12.5 billion by 2026 from $6.25 billion to 2021. Now, you guys see this? They have a power of 3x2 growth plan strategy to double net revenue. Okay, so again, my question is, where is the plan to attack the racial wealth gap with a mathematical formula like this? This is power of 3x2. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. I don't understand. I'm gonna keep saying that I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Soon after Green bought Costco shares, the company posted that June sales jumped from 7.5 year over year to 24.28 billion, while net sales also increased by 6.9% year over year for the first 44 weeks to 210.55 billion. Board members declared a quarterly dividend payout of $1.16 per share payable on August 9th. Starting September 1st, Costco plans to hike annual membership fees up by $5 for the U.S. and Canada Gold Star Business and Business add-on members. Meanwhile, annual fees for executive memberships will increase to $130. The fee changes will affect almost 52 million memberships. So at the very least, even if it was at $1 per member, that's $52 million at the very least. You know what I'm saying? Piling into renewable energy. And again, this is something that I talked about 3 years ago, but again, like this stuff just falls on deaf ears. This stuff just falls on deaf ears. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. I don't understand. Green has bought Next Extra Energy several times since 2021, with the latest purchase in June. The company announced strong first quarter results with net income on a GAAP basis of $2.26 billion. The company placed 1,640 megawatts of new solar products in service and recorded 2,765 megawatts of new renewables and storage originating during the quarter. Okay. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Let's just say, for instance, Trump wins. Do you think that this company, Next Extra Energy, will be one of the contractors for the Freedom Cities? If you guys think that Next Extra will be one of the contractors for the Freedom Cities, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down. The company announced strong first quarter results with net income on a GAAP basis of $2.26 billion. The company placed 1,640 megawatts of new solar products in service and recorded 2,765 megawatts of new renewables and storage origination during the quarter. Okay. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, Rob, did you watch Living Color? Yeah, I used to watch that show every Sunday, bro. Every Sunday. Living Color was one of my favorite shows growing up. So now check this out. The company has achieved compound annual growth rates of around 9% in the last 2 decades. It has also handsomely rewarded shareholders by hiking its dividend payouts at 10% CAGR over the same duration. Is it wise to follow congressional trades? Now, I think that that's a fair question, and I also think that that's a good question. I'm going to ask you guys, how many people think that it's smart to follow congressional trades? If you guys think that it's smart to follow congressional trades, give me a thumbs up. If you don't think that it's smart to follow congressional trades, give me a thumbs down. I think that it's not a bad idea to follow these. At the very least, when I say follow, at least pay attention. You know what I'm saying? Investors are increasingly interested in tracking and copying Congress's member trades, as several often outperform the market with high returns. So here's my again. That's what I was talking about with the specialist, right? The specialist said, right, which is true, they go in broke and come out rich. Why? Because they go in broke, make these investments, and then drive policy that drives revenue to the investments, which drives growth to the stock price, which is an equity gain, and a dividend payout. So if you follow this behavior, it probably wouldn't hurt your pockets. But again, this stuff is not even talked about or discussed. Like, the interest for this kind of stuff is on the floor. And if you ask me, this is some of the most important stuff you could talk about when it comes to politics. Whether you're somebody that supports reparations or not, to me, if you're somebody that supports reparations, but if you're somebody that doubts that reparations will ever happen, if economic justice is important, then to me, economic exploitation should be high on your watch list. You know what I mean? Because the money got to come from, we got to get the money from somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Representative Dan Muser, and Senator Sheldon Whitehouse all have made triple. Look at this. Look at this. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Representative Dan Muser, and Senator Sheldon Whitehouse all have made triple-digit returns from stock trading over the past decade. Triple-digit returns. So if people had been following those people, there's a possibility that they could have made triple-digit returns. That's not even being discussed. Like, that's not even being talked about. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. However, it is important to note that Congress members can report trading activities within 45 days of execution under the 2012 Stock Act. Hence, the trade completion date isn't known until much later. Risks of trade bans continue to loom for Congress members as they consistently face criticism over insider trading. And if you ask me, of course it's insider trading. A fiduciary financial advisor can reduce the risks if you plan to copy congressional trades, which often include overvalued stocks. Okay. So, you know what I'm saying? Again, business drives politics and politics drives business. But if you pay attention to the political discussions going on right now, it's not really what's on the docket. It's not really what's on the docket. You know what I mean? And you got to ask yourself why. You got to ask yourself why. So I had another article about the freedom cities, but I don't think we need to look too deep into that. We're going to look a little bit deeper into that when we go over Agenda 47. You know what I'm saying? So how many people heard about how expensive water has become in California? Like, water is expensive. You know what I'm saying? California mandate statewide water restrictions up to nearly 40% in some cities. Now, let me ask you guys a question. What do these politicians, especially the politicians from California, right, who are running for president, what do they plan on doing to decrease the cost of water? Because I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. The reason why these water mandates are happening is because the Colorado River is drying up. The Colorado River is drying up. And as a result of the Colorado River drying up, it's going to cost them to have to budget water being used, which more than likely, if the supply of water has decreased, it's probably going to cost an increase in price. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the State Water Resources Control Board on Wednesday approved a policy that could force municipal water suppliers to reduce the amount of water they provide by close to 40% over the next 15 years. So the water amount allowed is in California is going to be more than likely reduced by 40% over the next 15 years. What are the implications of that? If suppliers and their customers don't reduce water use, the districts could be fined up to $10,000 a day. So with these fines and with the supply of water going down, what is this going to do to prices? What's this going to do to prices? So I think that something that might not be a bad idea is to see what a lot of politicians' water policies are. What are their water policies? Districts can reduce consumer water use by mandating restrictions, raising rates on high-volume water users, or encouraging low-flow appliances. People need water, but now there's gonna be, penalties associated with it, in California at least. Our climate has changed. Our uses should match the hydrology that we're now facing, Joaquin Esquivel, chair of State Water Board, said in a statement. Suppliers must make a first round of water cuts by 2025, with additional cuts mandated in 2030, 2035, and 2040. So what is the water use going to look like in California? Yeah, I got to agree. Shout out to the specialist. The specialist says the days of $30 monthly water bills been gone. Yeah. So here's my question. One, how are people dealing with the increased water bills? And two, what political candidate has policy that would be favorable to decreasing the water bill? And again, to me, these are common sense questions. And this is stuff that's not even being discussed. You know what I'm saying? Most of the most expensive required cuts are all in California's Central Valley, ranging from the city of Redding, which had a 39% cut, or which is scheduled 39% cut by 2040 and 21% by 2025. In the north to Visalia's California Water Service Company, 22% cut in 25 years. Smaller Central Valley cities will face mandatory reductions too. Tulare County town Exeter, with a population of 10,000, will face a 39% cut by 2040. The Central Valley's largest city, Fresno, will face a 21% cut by 2040 and cuts 4% by 2025. All right. The parched Coachella Valley in Southern California will also face steep mandatory reductions. Desert Water Agency, based in Palm Springs, will have to cut its water supply by 32% by 2040 and 24% by 2025. Okay. Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider says, yes, Pacific Northwest coast, the gas is so high that we've parked the cars. Yeah. So again, my question for you guys is, when it comes to decreasing a lot of these costs, what politicians do you all think would have the policies favorable to decreasing these costs? Or what politicians would have policies favorable to putting money in your pocket that's going to assist with those efforts? In the high desert, water districts in Victorville, Hesperia, and Adelanto will have to cut water use from 18% to 23% by 2040. So here again, how are people going to survive? Not all cities in California will face drastic cuts, though. Now, here's my thing: if those cuts end up getting to be too much, in a lot of cases, what might happen is that people who are dealing with those cuts might end up moving to places that don't have the cuts, which would put more of a water demand on those places, and then those places would end up having to experience cuts too as a result of increased demand. Shout out to the specialist. The specialist says all irrigation systems should be permanently disabled as of yesterday. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Now, here's a question. People who are dealing with this, right? If you're dealing with this type of issue, do you all think that it would make sense to demand of the politicians in those areas to offer some type of stipend or to offer some type of tax refund to families who fit the criteria of not using the water that's allocated? People shouldn't just accept these type of penalties and then not get any type of reward for being compliant. You know what I'm saying? Some environmentalist groups say the mandated water cutbacks don't go far enough. So their environmental groups are saying that the water needs to be cut back even more. The regulation does not. So again, let me ask you guys this question: what does an influx of migrants do to the water demand? What does the influx of migrants do for the water demand? Does that increase the water demand? Does that decrease the water demand? Or does that keep the water demand the same? You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the regulation does not meet the moment of growing water scarcity in California. Mark Gold, Director of Water Scarcity Solutions and Environmental Health for the Natural Resource Defense Council, told the San Francisco Chronicle. A strong regulation will exist in 2040, but that's 15 years from now, and there's going to be a heck of a lot of water scarcity over that period. So now, again, my question is, what are people's plans for being able to mitigate this water scarcity? Because the thing is that this is going on all throughout this is going on all throughout California, but it's just a matter of time before this spreads from California to the entire United States. You know what I'm saying? Give me 1 second real quick. If you guys haven't smashed that like button, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please, wherever you watch it from, share the stream. And give me 1 second. Let me just shut this alarm off real quick. Yeah, I gotta agree, and I appreciate. Thank you guys for sticking around. Shout out to the specialist, the power grid as well. Yeah, let me ask you guys this question: how much of the United States uses hydroelectric power? Yeah, shout out to my man Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says a lot of BS comes from the incubator of the brazen or Golden State. Yeah, facts. Super facts. And again, that's something to think about, right? Because again, we have a Golden State politician who's running for president. You know what I'm saying? how California is forcing regions to cut back on water use. In April, for the first time in California history, state officials cracked down on the overpumping of underground water in the San Joaquin Valley by putting Kings County water districts on probation for failing to protect the region's underground water supply. The unprecedented decision was the first step that could lead to millions in fines for overpumping groundwater, or the state taking over the districts. Now, let me ask you guys this quote. What do they mean, the state taking over the districts? How is the state going to take over the districts? In adjacent to Ware County, one of the largest agriculture producing counties in the world, the State Water Resources Control Board is threatening similar action if the Kauai sub-basin users don't cut back on groundwater pumping. So basically what's going on in California is that if the private industries are not compliant with the state mandates, the state is threatening to take over. Shout out to Darkstar. What's good with it? The state is threatening to take over. Now, how do people feel about that? The State Water Resources Control Board repeatedly warned both counties that their groundwater management plans are deficient because they failed to stop dried up wells, contaminated water, and sinking earth worsened by overpumping. Okay. Recently, the Imperial Irrigation District in Southern California proposed a plan to pay farmers to not grow hay during the year's hottest months. Now, here's my question. They're going to pay farmers. Let me ask you guys this question. Who got all the farms? Hey, I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Darkstar. Make sure y'all show Darkstar some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Darkstar. I appreciate you. Hopefully they enjoyed it. Hopefully they got the messages I was trying to say. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the specialist. The specialist said, I saw those big power generating windmills when I was riding through Cleveland. Yep, you was probably going on 480. You was probably going on 480. You was probably going 480 west. You know what I'm saying? I heard they didn't work. And it's some by the lake too, so you might have been on 92. I don't really know what's going on with those. I know they've been there for a long time, though. You know what I'm saying? They've been there for a long time, but I'm not too sure what's going on with them. Now, check this out. This plan is just one step to conserve water from the stressed Colorado River. Now, I did a video about cloud seeding. How many people ever heard of cloud seeding? If you guys heard of cloud seeding, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't hear about cloud seeding, give me a thumbs down. If you haven't heard of cloud seeding, I don't know if it'll be right here, but I'll put a card in the video so that you guys can check out the cloud seeding videos on the replay. All right. So then they go and give tips. These are the tips that people are expected to do to save water, to decrease saving water. Install water-saving devices such as low-flow shower heads and high-efficiency toilets. Take shorter showers. Reduce time by 1 to 2 minutes and save 5 gallons. Turn the water off while brushing your teeth. Save 3 gallons. Fix leaky faucets. Save up to 20 gallons per day. Wash a full load of laundry. Save 15 to 50 gallons per load. Don't use a hose to clean your driveway. Sweeping with a broom can save as much as 100 gallons of water. Water your yard before 8 a.m. because watering early reduces evaporation. Make the switch from lawn to low water use landscaping. Outdoor watering accounts for 50 to 70% of all household water use. Now, my thing is, if they want the people out there to be compliant with that, I would assume that they would offer some type of stipend. They should provide the people with some type of stipend, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, the farmers are going to get paid a lot of money if they're compliant. You know what I'm saying? Now, check this out right here. There's going to be $500 million allocated. $500 million, right? What them votes hitting for? Here go a $500 million allocation. State funds Pomona to Montclair light rail. First LA Metro project to San Bernardino County. All right. The first 500 million is allocated. The rest will be distributed by the year's end. Now, let me ask you guys this question. who is going to be able to take advantage of this $500 million? Who's going to be able to take advantage of this $500 million? Shout out to Darkstar. Darkstar said, one thing I never understood from the left is they want to change our lives, making our cars electric and all, but they ain't going to the rich factory owners changing the pollution that they make. Facts. And as you guys will see in this video, they're also going to be delivering lots of money. Lots of money. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Shout out to Black Free Thinker, the contractors. Shout out to the specialists. It won't be us. Now, these are the questions that we got to dissect. Why won't it be us? What are the technical on paper reasons of why it won't be us? You know what I'm saying? After years of being turned down, the LA Metro A-line extension, which will be the first light rail line to cross into San Bernardino County, received state funding on Monday, July 8th. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people would consider this a handout? If you would consider this a handout, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would not consider this a handout, then give me a thumbs down and let me know what you consider it, okay? The California State Transportation Agency released close to $500 million. Now, mind you, this is just on a state level for the 3.2-mile extension from Pomona to Claremont and Montclair to the Inland Empire. The rest of the money for the $798 million project will be allocated by the end of this year, officials said. Okay, so that leaves what? That's going to be what, about an extra $298 million, basically an extra $300 million that's going to get allocated by the end of the year. Yeah, definitely a handout. Shout out to Darkstar. Darkstar says definitely a handout. If you guys agree with Darkstar, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to my man PD that remains. What's good with it, bro? And real quick, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, again, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit that bell and subscribe to the channel, wherever you watch it from, hit the bell and subscribe to the channel. All right. Also, please share the stream to your social media. When built, the A-line, the longest light rail line in the world that runs between Long Beach, downtown Los Angeles, Pasadena, and soon along the eastern LA County foothill cities, will serve both San Bernardino County and Los Angeles County passengers, a first in the history of the agency. The line's eastern terminus will be at Montclair Transit Center. Now, let me ask you guys this. What does building this allow? What does building this allow? Building this creates a hub for business, right? Building this creates a hub for business. So by building this will probably more than likely increase the value of the surrounding real estate, right? It'll probably increase the value of the surrounding real estate, and it will provide incentive for businesses to be there because it provides a route for suppliers and potential employees to easily get there. Location, location, location. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says, I'm not mad at Cali for doing this light rail project. After all, China has the same thing, along with a lot of industrial pollution. I agree, which is interesting because remember, California used to be in those videos back in the day in the 80s for the greenhouse effect and smog. And then here we are. You know what I mean? So now here it says the construction contract award is set for the spring of 2025. The 5-year project should be completed by 2030. Now look at this, said Habib Bilan. Okay. Now we go ahead and you already know this CEO, his name is Habib Bilan, CEO of Foothill Gold Line Construction Authority on Monday, July 8th. Okay. It's a great day for the authority, Bilan said. The timing is perfect. It gives us everything we need to get the project all the way to Montclair. The roughly 1-mile track from the Los Angeles San Bernardino County line to Montclair would be paid for by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Last week, the agency confirmed it has $80 million set aside for construction, Montclair City Manager Edward Starr said on Monday, July 8th. Now, again, this is why I'm asking, right? This is one of the reasons why it's so important to get businesses together so that you can have a value chain. Because if there was businesses together and a value chain set up, people would be in position to be able to take advantage of stuff like this, right? But they not. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said now that they got rid of what they call the riffraff, they can quote unquote build for themselves. Exactly. Exactly. And again, you know, it's just crazy to see these things play out in real time. It's crazy to see these things play out in real time. You know what I'm saying? And again, a lot of this stuff is stuff that falls on deaf ears, man. Like this stuff falls on deaf ears. I've been like talking about this kind of stuff for a very long time, and it's like it's not a priority. This kind of stuff don't even come up in the political discussions. Like look at the political discussions that are going on about Trump and Kamala Harris right now. Has anybody talked about has anybody discussed, well, who's going to get the money if Trump wins and he makes the freedom cities? Like people ain't even talking about that. Look, check this out. As much as people talk about the politicians doing anything for us, my question is, are a lot of the conversations that we're having about politicians, are those conversations going to do anything for us? What are the conversations going to do for us? Them kind of conversations come up, seem like not only every political cycle, but like every year, multiple times a year. What tangible gain do anybody have from any of that talk? You know what I'm saying? So now here it says this project recognizes the demand in San Bernardino County for people to have a light rail service, said Starr. The adjacent Metrolink heavy rail trains cross the county lines in 6 Southern California counties, but passenger fares are much more expensive and the waits are about 1 to 2 hours between trains, Starr said. The A line, like most LA Metro light rail lines, has waits that range from between 8 minutes to 15 minutes. The regular fare is $1.75 with reduced fares for seniors, disabled, low-income riders, and free fares for K through 14 students. All right. I don't know how comfortable I'd be putting a kindergartner on there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the specialist. The specialist says, all we talk about is how we're going to get another Democrat in office, and that's it. If you guys agree with the specialist, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said, I wish I didn't see it. Lots of people don't. Politicians' job is to ignore black people. Yeah, well, the politicians that are there now, if we, cultivated and developed our own political machinery, I would hope that political machinery would stay focused. You know what I'm saying? Right? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, not a tracker, but I recall an episode from The Next Generation when they went back to the 21st century and the poor folk were living in some serious Warsaw ghetto-like conditions. Yes, it's coming. Yeah. And again, let me, my question is, why is that? Why is that? This will be the first rail line to extend from San Bernardino County directly into Los Angeles County foothills cities, into Pasadena, and all of Los Angeles into Long Beach, Starr said. The Claremont and Montclair stations would add 8,000 daily boardings, or about half of the line's total adjusted ridership, reports estimated. The extension of the electric-powered A-line, a synergy between light rail and Metrolink at Montclair, Claremont, and Pomona, would add about 2,000 Metrolink passengers a day, Starr said. So again, this stuff that I've talked about, the synergies, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Electric-powered vehicles. Who's giving up the money for that? You know what I mean? What the vote's hitting for? Commuters from the Inland Empire who drive the 216, the 216, the 210, the 10 and the 60 freeways westerly in the morning to jobs in Los Angeles County and easterly back home would have a less expensive and quicker mass transit option. So again, this is for employees. You know what I'm saying? This is for CEOs. This is to bring people to these businesses, to provide them with convenience and to provide them with logistics. This is human logistics. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, looking at the map, this light rail will eventually be extended to Las Vegas. Yes, Sin City is that close. Oh, absolutely. Now, absolutely. Now, and what is that going to do for Las Vegas? Increasing access to Las Vegas from California, like with these low fares? That's going to help Las Vegas economy improve even more than it already is. Yeah. I got to agree with Black Spider. If you guys agree with Black Spider, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. You know what I'm saying? Extending the light rail line into Montclair would take about 15,000 car trips off of the roads each day and reduce 26.7 million vehicle miles traveled annually, eliminating 1.75 metric tons of carbon emission that add to global climate change. The project would create 5,500 jobs and generate 860 million in economic output, as well as 13 million in tax revenues, the authority reported. So let's look at these figures. The project would create 5,500 jobs and generate $860 million in economic output. Out of this $860 million in economic output, how much of that do you think that Black people in California will be able to benefit from? And if you don't think that people will be able to benefit from any of it, my question is, what are the barriers to entry? What are the barriers to entry? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider says, see there, they could have done that for the people that live there before they ran them away. Right, but we got to understand that the idea was to utilize them for crime, to drive down the real estate, get the real estate low so that they could offer low cost real estate to developers. The developers buy the low cost real estate, build it back up, and then drive the people that are barely making it out of town. It's literally a cycle that occurs all the time. Now, the thing is that if we owned a lot of the land or if we owned a lot of the real estate and we were able to capitalize on that low-cost real estate, it'd be a different story. But they understand that that's not the case. So these things that they understand are not the case, and these things that we understand are the case, these are things that we got to attempt to mitigate, because they're, again, I don't know how much proof is necessary, but I think it should be pretty obvious that there's no one that has a legitimate interest in doing any of this. So we got to develop the interest and do it ourselves. You know what I'm saying? And then once we get everything established, you know what I'm saying, we could jack up prices and, you know what I'm saying, deal with people as we see fit. You know what I'm saying? But until then, expecting an organization that is contingent on utilizing you as the bottom floor of a business plan, utilizing you as a bottom floor means that you have to be maintained on the bottom floor. So there's never going to be a collective or collaborative effort to lift you off of the bottom floor, because if there was a collaborative effort to lift you off of the bottom floor, that will completely collapse the business model. You know what I'm saying? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Karen. What's good with it, Karen? Yeah, the specialist says the workers will be the illegals that are crossing the border now. Facts. Facts. If you guys agree with the specialist, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. The workers will not only be the illegals, right? They'll also be the Silicon Valley people. You know what I'm saying? There'll also be the Silicon Valley people. And again, we're going to get, like I said, this is going to be a long stream. We're going to get there eventually. Right? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says big businesses taking advantage of the old crack game from the 80s. Nah, too early in the morning for conspiracies. Well, I mean, here's my question for you, bro. Is that a conspiracy, or is that an observation? You know what I'm saying? Is that and that's a question not just for you, Black Free Thinker, but that's a question for everybody that's watching. Is that a conspiracy, or is that an observation? You know what I'm saying? So now here it says light rail is true transit, and this would make true transit available for San Bernardino County. Star said look at this. It goes to higher education schools in Claremont, get people in college and work education programs, Pasadena and Los Angeles. It increases access for quote unquote cultural opportunities in Los Angeles. So now when they say it increases access for cultural opportunities in Los Angeles, what do they mean by that? Shout out to Kiko. What's good with you, bro? What do they mean by that? Birth of the line began in 2003, and it was built from LA's Union Station to Pasadena. If you listen to some of the West Coast rap music, you can hear them talk about this. I forget who. There's somebody that, listen to the old Pyru Love song. In the old Pyru Love song, when they be talking about, Pyru and, you know what I'm saying, like with you know what I'm saying, banging against the Crips and all that, they list all these cities from Pasadena to the Bay. I mean, if you listen to Pyru Love, they basically lay out this light rail path here in the songs of where they were banging at. How many people remember that song, Pyru Love? That song with the computer love track. If you listen to Pyru Love, they mention every single like junction and city that we talked about here. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. That's one thing that, like, you know, people can look at a lot of like rap music and hip hop music. A lot of rap music and hip hop music presents a documentary, and in that documentary, it says what was being done during that time while people occupied those areas. So if you listen to Bloods and Crips, if you listen to Pyru Love, a lot of them people over there, that's what they was doing while they was over there. Now we reading the Los Angeles Daily News. This what these people doing while they over there. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, then an extension to Azusa was completed in 2016. The next extension currently nearing completion reaches Pomona and will be completed by early 2025. The state legislature gave the construction authority the power to build it in San Bernardino County in 2011, but it ran out of money in 2019, and the state rejected project gap funding in 2021, 2022, and 2023, despite large surpluses in the state budget. So again, and we got to look at these years, right? 2021, 2022, and 2023. If there's all these large surpluses in the state budget, what's being done with that surplus money? Shout out to DJ Elmo. What's good with it, bro? What's being done with that surplus money? Anybody know? Where's it going? Ironically, the funding comes after the state's new 2024 budget tackled a $68 billion deficit that delayed several years some funding for public transportation. This allocation, some set aside in 2023, amounted to nearly $2 billion for the entire state, half the original proposal. So the original proposal must have been $4 billion. Okay. Belan and others said that the biggest hurdle was overcome when the LA Metro Board last year voted to make Montclair extension the #1 priority for state public transit funding. Now, we got to ask this question again, because we got to follow the money to see how the money moves, right? The Montclair extension was the #1 priority for state funding. What that means is that if you have a business that is contracted to doing business in regards to this Montclair extension, there's a high likelihood that you will get that money, right? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Facts. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said white war zones become heritage states. Black urban war zones become railway land. If you guys agree with Black Free Thinker, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to the specialist. The specialist says, in their pockets, bro. Facts. Super facts. You know what I'm saying? This is a momentous occasion. It is a historic moment, allowing the counties of Los Angeles and San Bernardino to connect through a light rail transit. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Didn't Dr. Claude Anderson have a plan for some type of transportation, like a high-speed railroad, like in, you know what I'm saying, like in Atlanta, that went to a bunch of different places? I'm pretty sure Dr. Claude Anderson had some type of plan for some type of high-speed railroad or some type of transit thing, you know what I'm saying, that will connect places that got a lot of black people in it. Here's my question. Whatever happened to that? Who supported it? You know what I'm saying? But he did have that plan. I'm pretty sure he had that plan. I think he talked about it before. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is getting support. Now, look down here at the related links. LA wins again in the battle for light rail dollars. Inland cities demand answers. I mean, there's just money being thrown out all over the place. But in certain situations, there's no money. But money's being thrown out all over the place, though. Somebody make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? Reese said having the first light rail train connecting the two counties can address traffic created by households. See, look at this, right? This is important. Reese said having the first light rail train connecting the two counties can address traffic created by households moving from LA County to San Bernardino County in the last 10 years for less expensive housing, but who still drive to work in LA County. Again, transport, location, bringing the employees to the business. You know what I'm saying? This is a human logistics value chain. A human logistics value chain. And again, you know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't just, people aren't demanding answers about this type of stuff. Like, people aren't demanding political discussions about this kind of stuff. This ain't the popular stuff to talk about. You know what I'm saying? This train extension will have significant impact in reducing that congestion, Reese said, and also an increasing quality of life. You get on the line, you do your work, you catch up with emails, talk to your family members. You know what I'm saying? Now, let me ask you guys this question. When it comes to the people that allocated this money, did those people get voted into their positions? So these would be contingent on like local politics, right? Now I didn't say this, right? But look what's recommended for you. Kamala Harris is awful. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I did a live stream about that, people would be upset. But nobody's doing anything to, you know what I'm saying, take Los Angeles Daily News out of business. It's just, again, like, you got to ask yourself about some of the just the backwards like thought processes and like just the backwards modes of operation that we see in practice. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, we neither implemented nor supported a lot of his ideas. Had better ideas and other priorities, I suppose. Now, where are we? Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. You know what I'm saying? That's an excellent question. Now, take a look at this right here. This is another one coming from Los Angeles. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. $77 million grant to help Metro buy electric buses. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Metro gets this $77 million grant, right? Who makes money off of this? Where does this money go? Where does the money come from? $77 million goes to Metro, right? Metro buys the electronic buses. The electronic buses provide Metro with some nice revenue. Here's my question. What is your level of access to that $77 million grant? That's my question. So, and then again, is this a handout? Now, is this grant money contingent on votes? Is my question. Did the way that people voted facilitate the ability to take advantage of this $77 million grant? If it did, give me a thumbs up. If it didn't, then give me a thumbs down. And again, for the most part, this is local politics. They're giving out a lot of money on the local side. They're giving out a lot of money on the local side. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DJ. DJ almost said embezzlement. Now, again, the interesting thing about this is that lockout, probably the highest probability way of being able to take advantage of this money as things are in the current state is to be an employee working for a contractor on this. Not getting the real money, being a business owner. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the specialist. The specialist said we read about it on newspapers or online. Yeah, facts. Black Spider says, who is selling them buses? Probably some businesses they already have a relationship with. Kickbacks are everything. Facts. And the business that they're providing these grants to probably supported them in their, whoever this is, in their political efforts to be in charge, to be able to grant this money, right? So again, what we're looking at, this is pay for play. And what I keep saying, what I've been stressing since before the political season is that you got to do pay for play, and you got to have an apparatus to do pay for play. But the thing is that no, people aren't really advocating to investigate, looking into creating these kind of apparatuses. People are really sitting around just talking about meaningless stuff when it comes to the politics. This is like, to me, like this, like the conversations that people are having about politics. Once 2024 gets here, if absolutely nothing happens, if you go back and look at the conversations that people are having, what is anybody expecting to happen based on those conversations? What's the expectation of what's going to happen? You know what I'm saying? Seriously, honestly, please, somebody let me know. What's the expectation? You know what I'm saying? But nobody's going to talk about the negligence. And shout out to the specialist. The specialist says our apparatus is Biden and Harris, and that should never be the case. That should never be the case, which is a huge indicator that there needs to be some changes in the way things are done, right? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. Y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. And again, shout out to DJ Elmo. This would be the value chain, right? If you guys agree with DJ Elmo, this is the value chain. Give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. The contractors likely friends with the local politicians, or the contractors gave lots of donations to Super PACs or directly to politicians that support this stuff, right? Shout out to my man Kiko, the second stream sponsor. Definitely appreciate it, bro. Make sure you guys show Kiko some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Kiko funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Queen, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Shout out to Kiko. Kiko says they're trying to do the same thing in my city, connecting Baltimore to DC and calling the train the Red Line in efforts to gentrify the city. Bro, facts. If you come across any information about that, please shoot it to me. You know what I'm saying? In the Discord, or like, I don't really be on other social media I might see it if I'm tagged on Twitter, but the best way is to do it through the Discord. But just shoot it to me, bro, and I will definitely cover it because I'm trying to cover like this kind of stuff going on all over the United States. You know what I'm saying? So if you see, and that goes not just for Kiko, but for anybody, just let me know. You know what I'm saying? And I'll try to get it up here as fast as I can. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. I gotta agree, bro. Black Free Thinker says, "Is she black or not? Why she got a white husband? You mean stupid stuff like that?" Absolutely. That is exactly what I mean. That is exactly what I mean. Now, somebody will sit there and be like, well, you just did a live stream that was an hour and a half long talking about we're not a genetic trash can. For one, that live stream addressed more than just Kamala Harris. And for two, the contingency on that live stream was based on Kamala Harris and her deceptive presentations. And the fact that if you're not even honest about who you are and it can be provably questioned, then what else are you being dishonest about? As you guys know, I'm not the sexual police. You know what I'm saying? I am interested in consistency, however. And there's a lot of inconsistencies. And the inconsistencies, if you ask me, should be addressed and dealt with. Because if you don't address and deal with the inconsistencies, if that person happens to get supported and advanced into a successful position, then people will be complaining about even more inconsistencies that they're dealing with politically. False advertisement matters. People are saying, well, I don't subscribe to labels. Well, I'm not the one that made any label. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the one that made a label. I didn't label Kamala Harris. I didn't do the DEI thing. You know what I'm saying? The people that support her are the ones who made the labels. I'm asking about the label. I didn't make that label. You know what I'm saying? And again, and this is what I'm talking about, when it comes to that type of stuff, there's always a lack of accountability. So, you know, when it comes to me talking about Kamala Harris, I'm black policing Kamala Harris. No, I'm not black policing Kamala Harris. I don't black police black people. I don't do that. There's other people that do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at the inconsistencies. The inconsistencies is that she said she's not going to do anything for the group of people that she's claiming to be a part of. She's also setting an example of pay me all this money and I'm not going to do quid pro quo. That's not really enforcing good political behavior. It's not really enforcing value-added behavior. And it's important because it's a pattern of inconsistencies. The same reason why people say, well, wait a minute, this police officer got fired from 6 different precincts. There's a pattern of behavior. Okay, well, let's explore that pattern of behavior because there's anomalies all over the place. Like I said, I don't care about Kamala Harris's ethnicity. I care about the presentation. Is the presentation honest or not? Is the presentation done with some type of deceptive motive or not? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the specialist. Shout out to the specialist. The specialist said, "You ain't black, BLM.
You ain't black."
And like I said in that stream, and like I said in the Discord, and like I said in that stream, bro, it's some black people that look at me and look at my family, and you not like them or you not like us, me. I mean, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's just the reality of it. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, though, the consistency should have a value. Consistency and inconsistency should both have a value. And that's my point. Shout out to my man, John. What's good with you, bro? The consistency should have a value. So I didn't mention Kamala Harris's husband once. The only thing I asked about was, it's interesting that she still got her last name. I don't care if she's married to a white man. You know what I'm saying? What I'm interested in is there's a pattern of inconsistency. That pattern of inconsistency is crucial, especially when it comes to dealing with a politician. That's one of the inconsistencies. But again, when it comes to politics and the political narratives and the way things is flared up online, people are going to take little things that people say and try to twist it into a narrative instead of actually assessing the talking point. You know what I'm saying? And I think that that's important. People got to try. I think that people should try to cut down on the noise that there is and actually focus on the target points. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said every group wants substance save for one who joyously settles for symbolism. And where is said group? Yeah, I agree. I agree. And if you people that settle for symbolism have stories and don't have results. They have a lot of good stories, but they don't have a lot of results that they can show. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, blogger Harvey Your World told Nicole View he is related to Sonya Massey. Oh, wow. That's messed up, man. He from Chicago. You know what I'm saying? That's messed up. Don't even get me started on the Sonya Massey thing. We talked about the Sonya Massey thing. You know what I'm saying? Briefly, though, it was on one of them people over there. You know what I'm saying? But don't even get me started on that, bro. That's a whole different conversation. And like just that's a whole different conversation for one, because it was just completely senseless. Should not have happened. Complete escalation. The disgusting things that other people are saying, and the disgusting politicization of that story that's about to happen. Like it's just there's just so much. There's so much with that, man. So much with that. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching, man. I really appreciate y'all rocking with me. If you guys haven't taken a moment to smash the like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right. Also, if you got a Rumble account, make sure you follow me on Rumble. All right. Also, follow me on Twitch. I'm on Kick. You know what I'm saying? And make sure that you join the Discord. You know what I'm saying? And again, shout out to Black Free Thinker. People that have been around for a long time. Shout out to DJ Elmo. Like, I got an extensive library of content on you know what I'm saying, the mentally disabled when it comes to dealing with the police. You know what I'm saying? I got a extensive, you know what I'm saying, library. And one of the things that I said is that people should be very careful. Never call the police for a mental health issue. Never call the police for a mental health issue. They have a horrible track record with mental health. You know what I'm saying? They got a horrible track record with mental health. A lot of times people that have mental health issues end up unalived when the police are called by a loved one. I've been saying this for DJ Elmo. Shout out to DJ Elmo. How long have I been saying that? Exactly. Please look up the Excited Delirium. Facts. Shout out to my man Maximus Royalty. Maximus Royalty said, Brother Black Light Revelations, the next narrative gonna be, if you don't say Kamala is one of us, then you ain't black. Bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, and again, that's the shaming language to get people to go outside of facts and reason. And again, shout out to my man Keep It 100, because Keep It 100 says this, right? But you know, Keep It 100 makes content that's geared for black men. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna gear it for, you know what I'm saying, all the black people, because I think it's good advice. Do not be shame sensitive. Do not veer away from the facts of reality. Always hold your decisions contingent on the actual facts. You know what I'm saying? And again, shout out to Darkstar. Again, for me, right now, again, this is an issue for some people, but I've made this very clear for me. That's not an issue. My issue is the deceptive presentation. The deceptive presentation is the issue. You know what I'm saying? And attempting to get people to act on emotionalism and to establish a precedent of non-value added political behavior. It doesn't bother me that she's, you know what I'm saying, mixed. It doesn't bother me that, you know what I'm saying, like, she's married to a white dude. None of that matters to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't make content about that. I don't tell people who to be with. I don't do none of that. I am strictly on logic and on facts. You know what I'm saying? And the facts are she's been, based on all of the facts and receipts, inconsistent. And in addition to being inconsistent, she literally said that she wasn't going to do anything for black people. Like she said this. You know what I'm saying? It's mixed people out there, black people, non-black people, white people. It's all type of people out there that's real, that keep it a buck. Even people there's people that I don't like, that I laugh about, because like I might not like you, I might not agree with your positions, but I can't sit there and say you don't keep it real though. Kamala Harris don't fit that description for me. You know what I'm saying? And I gotta agree. Shout out to Darkstar. I agree with that. She not only does she have bad politics, she's using a deceptive entry mechanism. You know what I'm saying? That right there in itself, is bad politics. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, absolutely. You talking about that cop that knocked off Miss Massey? Yeah, like I said, bro, don't even get me started on that. Don't even get me started. That was just disgusting. And again, you know, I want people. This is one of the reasons why I tell people, like, you know, like, I don't shout out to Torian, because Torian has said this in the he posted this on his community tab, I think, and he also has said this in the Discord. You don't see, not only do you not see police, right? Because if we look at police as a subgroup, you don't see police, and you don't see you know, white people, white police officers, white male police officers as a subgroup, since we're doing all the intersectionality and DEI. When something like this happens, you don't see them going around saying, we just got to do better as a career. We just got to do something as an employment sector. We just got to do better as, you know what I'm saying, like white men. You don't see that. You don't see that. They always come out and be like, we didn't, you know, this isn't reflective of the police. You know what I'm saying? So people should pay attention to that. You know what I'm saying? People should pay attention to that. You know what I mean? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo says, Kamala the Chameleon locked up many FBA freemen and women as attorney general and stole Nina Simone's estate from the family and gave it to a white man. And again, I think that these are things that she should discuss. And she should discuss these in a unedited, uncensored, open forum interview. You know what I'm saying? And then a fact check should be able to be done by multiple entities. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Maximus Royalty. Maximus Royalty said, brother, Black Light Revelations, the liberal media and Democrats have been using fear mongering for so long against black people. They automatically think we're going to obey. Yeah, I got to agree. Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider says she is anti-black, period. How do you support that? Yeah, and again, like, my thing is, this is what I be talking about about how, like, it's a thin line, right? Because, like, so I do my live stream about Kamala Harris, and I got people sitting there talking about, like, I'm race hustling somehow. I'm not the one that's saying how black I am because I cook collard greens. I'm not doing that. I'm not advertising that to nobody. I ain't never once told y'all that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never tried to sit there and say I'm blackity black black. I went to a HBCU. I didn't go to a HBCU. I went to a PWI. She's the one sitting there doing, like, it's crazy how, like, if you analyze her, somehow, quote unquote, you're the one policing blackness. I didn't police anything. All I'm doing is showing the inconsistencies and asking how that works. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. Like, and again, to me, the purposes of that discussion should be based on the fact that look at all of the deceptions that they're willing to present. And also, look at how she's presenting herself as a caricature. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't define being black as I can cook a mean pot of greens. I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've never told anybody that your blackness is contingent on listening to rap music. You know what I'm saying? Cooking collard greens, going to a HBCU, being a part of a black fraternity or sorority. I've never made those claims or comments ever. If anybody can find, you know what I'm saying, evidence of me saying that, by all means, clip it and tag me. I didn't say that. These people are the ones saying it. Joy Reid is the one going and saying that if black men don't support Kamala Harris, then you're a quote unquote white adjacent incel. What have I said the entire time? What them votes hidden for? That's what I said. You know what I'm saying? It just it's wild, man. Like none of these political conversations on either side are driving any type of discussion to try to improve any situation that people say that we're facing. To me, like, I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? And I gotta agree. I gotta agree with Karen. She'll never do that. Facts. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, remember last excuse me. Remember last election, Maxine Waters was advertising black women to withhold their honeycomb if black men didn't vote Democrats. This is insulting and patronizing. Yeah, I mean, again, that goes into the depolicing, the sexualization of race and politics, and then ask yourself who's doing it. But then if you talk about who's doing it, somehow, quote unquote, you're the fist pumper. I ain't doing that. I'm saying, like, yo, this stuff that you're saying doesn't make sense. This stuff that you're saying is irrelevant. This stuff that you're saying doesn't drive policy. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're doing this. Okay, all right, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Maximus Royalty. Maximus Royalty said, have you noticed since Biden stepped down and Kamala became the nominee, they've been pushing an agenda on fear-mongering these isms, gender wars, and so on? Absolutely. I was just talking to somebody, I think it was TD, and I told him, like, this election has officially become the, like, manosphere red pill versus blue pill online debate somehow. With these changes, it's literally become. I mean, you even got JD Vance up there calling people childless cat women. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's divulged to a level of stupidity on both sides. You know what I'm saying? It's divulged to a complete level of stupidity on both sides, while both sides are still not paying attention to the legitimate talking points that people are bringing up of people who are actually interested in policy to try to improve things. There's nobody that's really giving any of that value. Now it's just the shock value. Now, when it comes to the right, it's all about shock value and who can say the most racist and misogynist thing. And when it comes to the left, it's about shaming, you know what I'm saying, and who can shame who into doing what. Manipulation. That's all it is at this point right now. Nothing is about production. You know what I'm saying? Nothing is about production. Shout out to the specialist. The specialist said, just on what I've seen the last few days, black people are still willing to jump out the window for Democrats, unfortunately. I would say black people willing to jump out the window for Republicans too. I would say it's not enough window jumping for the stuff that we need on our own. You know what I'm saying? Like, black people, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's OG black people that have been jumping out the window for both sides. You know what I'm saying? You got Clarence Thomas and, you know what I'm saying, Thomas Sowell and, you know what I'm saying, Larry Elder. These people been jumping out the window for decades. You know what I'm saying? Then you got the people over there on the right or on the left. They're doing the same thing. Now you just got everybody jumping out the window. Not everybody, just like everybody is just on some wild stuff. Just saying crazy stuff that's like not even related to politics. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man. You know what I'm saying? Go look on Twitter is all I gotta say. And you looking like a lot of this stuff. Now, again, like, and again, see, like the thing is that, like, the Democrats to me have set themselves up for like the biggest contradictions. You got a bunch of people saying that Kamala Harris should get the vote because she's a woman, but this is coming from the same group of people that can't define women during Senate hearings. So don't they mean like people should be voting for the birthing person? These are their words. And again, so then it comes down to, oh, well, you're taking XYZ side. No, these are these people's words. I'm not the one that went around calling people birthing people. I call people women. You know what I'm saying? But again, then I get labeled misogynist. You know what I mean? Like, make it make sense. All I'm asking is for stuff to make sense. I'm not mad at you, Greets. I'm not mad at you at all, bro. Shout out to you. Good to see you, bro. Maximus Royalty says neither Kamala nor Trump have presented policies for black people, and that's all we're thinking about, not the circus by the politicians and the media. Facts. And then the thing is, too, there's always going to be some people that's going to vote for Trump or Harris, which is cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not the one to over here to shame people out of what their decisions is. Just make sense of what you're doing by your decisions, which is why I'm presenting this information here about how these people are getting all these money infusions. And do you have a vehicle to utilize some of this? Okay, well, if you do, well, then go ahead and do what you got to do. I'm not mad at that. You know what I'm saying? Whatever your issue is, if you are justified in your issue with facts, information, and logic, I'm not mad at it. But at the same time, also understand, you know what I'm saying, the gravity of certain things that are going on and what to expect and what not to expect. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said Van Jones is a huge problem, saying black men protect Kamala as a chameleon. Van Jones is a tap dancing minstrel. And again, like, I you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, to me, like, I don't even understand that talking point. Like, my thing is, if Van Jones wants to protect Kamala Harris, that's fine. Protect Kamala Harris then. But why are you trying to, how can black men protect Kamala Harris when she locked them all up? You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, we gotta go down that path and talk about all the nonviolent offenders. And I mean, like a lot of soldiers can't report for duty because they serving time because of you. You know what I'm saying? At least if you go to California. But don't talk about that. And if you talk about that, you know what I'm saying, you must hate black women. You know what I'm saying? But if you're a guy and you have someone who you're with that's Kamala Harris color or lighter, you still hate black women. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just, again, they're using shaming language and not basing anything in fact. It just turns to a sexualization contest and just a bunch of nonsense. You know what I mean? Hold on real quick. Yeah, shout out to Karen. Facts. Welcome to emotional politics. And that's the problem. And that's one of the reasons why they want to keep things emotional, because they want to prevent and deter people from making logical decisions. Logical decisions mean that more than likely you will be able to improve your situation with the decisions that you make, but it's necessary for the position to not improve. So continue to make bad decisions, and we're going to do everything we can to encourage those bad decisions. You know what I'm saying? Give me 1 second, you guys. Let me shut this. I thought I had shut that alarm off, but I must have put it on snooze. Give me 1 second. Hold on. All right, I appreciate y'all, man. Sorry about that. Shout out to Greets. Yeah, Greets said in California, 90% of all hate crimes against black people is done by people with them with moisture on their back. You know what I'm saying? And say they created hip hop 50-50. Trump 2024. Simple. Close the border is a policy I like. Not mad at it, bro. Not mad at it. You know what I'm saying? Now, who's getting some of this $77 million is my question. Who's getting some of this $77 million is my question. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, please take a moment, help me out, smash that like button. I definitely appreciate it. Share the stream to your social media. If you're new to the channel and you're not subscribed, hit the bell icon twice. All right. $77 million in grant money. Now, what politician is giving us a pathway for that? Shout out to DSA. What's good with it, bro? What politician is giving us a pathway to this $77 million? These are handouts. Nobody's complaining. Nobody's calling these handouts. Why y'all think that is? Why don't this stuff get called handouts? Metro will receive more than $77.5 million from a federal grant for the purchase of dozens of battery electric buses and the installation of new chargers. Representative Adam Schiff announced on Tuesday. So basically, they're basically going to get a lot of money to just buy supplies and resources that they need for free. Okay, Schiff, a Democrat from Burbank, had written a letter to the U.S. Department of Transportation urging funding approval for Metro's zero-emission bus and charging infrastructure project. So again, one of the things that people need to start doing is getting these businesses innovating with technology and starting infrastructure innovation and infrastructure upgrade and improvement projects, right? We talked about this before. You know what I'm saying? The agency aims to acquire battery electric buses, charging equipment, and supporting infrastructure to operate reliable zero-emission services spanning multiple cities within LA County. All right. New chargers are expected to be installed at Metro's West Hollywood bus yard. Metro's project is intended to upgrade buses operating within its bus division Area 7, covering West Hollywood and other areas. The buses will also be used to bolster clean transportation ahead of the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games in Los Angeles. All right. Metro plans to operate zero-emission buses in Los Angeles South Coast Air Basin, one of the highest polluted air quality regions in the nation. So I want you guys to pay attention, man. The first industrial I want you guys to pay attention to the environmental destruction value chain. I want you guys to pay attention to the environmental destruction value chain. These people spent millions and billions of dollars destroying the environment, right? They spent millions and billions of dollars destroying the environment, right? Have amassed massive amounts of fortune. Now they're being incentivized and rewarded to reverse the damage. Like, you can't make it up. You can't make it up. And it's literally the same companies that are destroying the environment are now the same companies that are getting massive amounts of money to fix the environment. Like, how does that work? Shout out to the specialist. The specialist says you can get a piece BLR. All you have to do is let the revenue department look into your books and fill out about 1,000 documents back and forth. Right. Right. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Schiff wrote in his letter to the U.S. Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg. So you see, Buttigieg is on this value chain. Thus, investments in the project correspond with President Biden's Justice 40 initiative and Metro's equity-focused communities to benefit underprivileged communities by reducing pollution. Mind you, reducing pollution, not increasing revenue or increasing net worth. We're just going to give you clean air to breathe. They're going to help. I want you guys understand the narcissism here. We're going to help underprivileged communities by giving money to the companies that destroyed the environment to fix the environment, while these underprivileged people, quote unquote, are still working at these companies. Hegelian dialectic. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said playing both sides of the coin. That sums up the corrupt system. Yeah, I agree. Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory says pure insanity. Cause the problem and provide the solution. Perfect value chain. Perfect value chain, bro. Hegelian dialectic value chain. Nobody has any complaints about this either. There's more people that are triggered, irritated, annoyed that people are talking about this than they are about the fact that this situation exists. And then the people that are talking about this, they'll do everything that they can to try to get you to stop talking about it, while at the same time criticizing people for not having awareness of it and not doing anything to try to mitigate it. People are running on two different circuits in their own brain. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Metro applied for the Federal Transit Administration's low or no emissions grant program and the grants for buses and bus facilities program. With some assistance from Schiff, the funding was secured for Los Angeles County. So I want you guys to pay very close attention. Schiff and Pete Buttigieg were the ones that secured this money. Schiff and Pete Buttigieg secured this money. You know what I'm saying? Electric buses mean cleaner air, less traffic, and more reliable service for Los Angeles residents, Schiff said in a statement. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Are these Los Angeles residents the same as the Los Angeles residents that were there 10, 15, 20 years ago? That's my question for you guys. With this investment, Los Angeles is set to lead the way in creating a modern, green, and accessible transit system that will benefit our community for years to come. Okay? The buses will run on multiple lines and enhance access and mobility with direct access to all Metro rail lines, according to Schiff's office. Now, let me ask you guys a question. How many people think that this bus line is created to run concurrent with this light rail that they just approved? This is going to be a secondary transportation for that light rail. You know what I'm saying? Metro's project emphasizes environmental and air quality improvements while providing high-quality transit service to Los Angeles residents and visitors. Today, 117 communities, including Los Angeles, are receiving good news that their transit buses are being modernized and their commutes improved through President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law, Buttigieg said in a statement. Okay? So Biden bipartisan infrastructure law provided value chain incentive for this to be possible. You see what I'm saying? The Biden administration is helping agencies across 47 states replace old buses running on dirty, expensive fuels by delivering modern and zero-emission buses manufactured by American workers that will connect more people where they need to go. So again, didn't Dr. Claude Anderson try to advocate for something like this? Some type of transportation system? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said Pete is odd. He hides. What do you mean by that? Be more specific. Yeah, shout out to Karen. That's backwards language. Yeah, facts. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Now, I want you guys to pay close attention to this because we're gonna talk about Elon Musk in a later stream. We're gonna talk about Elon Musk in a later stream, but we're gonna talk about Elon Musk indirectly, right? And one of the reasons we're gonna talk about Elon Musk indirectly is because we're gonna talk about people being competitive. How many people remember that BLR geopolitics episode that I did where we talked about the Elon Musk being upset about feeling that he's not being protected enough from the competition of Chinese electronic vehicle manufacturers. Do you all remember that? If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys do not remember that, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to John. John says, they push us to the areas they don't want. We make it livable and valuable. They drain the resources, then let crime grow. Values drop. They pick them up cheap and price us out of it. Absolutely. And see, the thing is this is what I'm talking about. Like, when it comes to like gentrification, simply discussing the word gentrification, in my opinion, is not enough. People got to see the cycle happen. They got to see the cycle happen. You know what I'm saying? And then mitigate that cycle. You feel me? Now, it's not just globally that Tesla is having trouble being competitive. You know what I'm saying? Anytime there's competition around, Tesla has a competitive issue. We got this article here from the Orange County Register. All right. In this article here from the Orange County Register, you guys see what it's saying. Tesla sales in California plunge with more competitors moving in. Now, that could be because of a couple of reasons, right? But regardless of what those reasons might be, it's Tesla's responsibility to remain competitive if they want to be considered an industry leader. They're relying on the government to help them be competitive. You know what I'm saying? They're relying on the government to help them be competitive. The automaker accounted for 53.4% of the state's battery electric car market in the first half, down from 64.4% in a year. All right, so it's down by like, what was that, 11.2%? 11.2% is down. Tesla's new car registrations fell 24% in California in the second quarter. The third time in a row, the car maker sales have fallen in the Golden State, according to a report released Thursday by the California New Cars Dealership Association. Now, let me ask you guys this. What are the factors that you all think are contributing to the decrease in sales of Teslas in California? And now there you go. See, now we're connecting politics to business, and that's all it is. So if you don't have any business, it's really hard for you to actually have politics. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said Trump said he's gonna make the tax on them cars too expensive to buy over here. Now, this is one of the reasons why Elon Musk is gonna openly support Trump, right? And provide him, you know what I'm saying, with some of the funding for that super PAC, so that Trump takes it easy on Tesla electronic vehicles, right? But what the idea is to get Trump to punish the more competitive Chinese electronic vehicle companies. Shout out to Senpai. What's good with you, bro? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to the specialist. The specialist says, Elon, pull your company up by the bootstraps. Facts. Now, again, we're going to be keeping track of Elon and Elon's companies, and we're going to see if he does pull his companies up by the bootstraps, or what we're going to do is we're going to see if the United States government pulls his company up by the bootstraps, and we're going to pay attention and see if people are more upset about, you know, us talking about that than they are about the handouts, or if they even call these handouts. Because, again, we got to hold things to a particular standard, right? Shout out to Maheko. Yeah. If you guys agree with Maheko, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Maheko says Musk needs WS to get ahead. I would not disagree with that. And again, you know, that geopolitics video, for the most part, kind of solidified that. Yeah. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo says, oh, so maybe that's why Musk is donating to Trump, so Trump can bring in protectionism policy to ban foreign electronic vehicle manufacturers. And if not ban electronic foreign vehicle manufacturers, absolutely punish them with tariffs. absolutely try to punish them with tariffs. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, while the Model Y remains the state's top-selling car, the Elon Musk-led company has seen its market share falter throughout the years. Tesla accounted for 53.4% of California's battery electric car market in the first half, down from 64.6% a year ago, CNCDA report said. Overall, Tesla sales in California are down 17% so far this year. So again, shout out to I think Senpai. Senpai, you said one of the reasons why you think that this is happening is because people are moving out of California. That absolutely could be a reason. What do you guys think are other reasons? And right. Shout out to the specialist. The specialist says the infrastructure for those vehicles are not there. Now, look at all the other articles that we just read. What are they doing? They're putting massive amounts of money into building up an electrical friendly infrastructure, which will then drive the demand for those cars. And then they're going to put taxes in try to discourage people from buying cars powered by fuel, which is going to push people to be more likely to be open to driving electrical cars. You know what I'm saying? So again, this is how business is pushing politics. This is how business is pushing politics. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, it must be terrible being so non-competitive. Uncle Sam made. Yeah. Yeah, facts. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mahako. I'm sorry. Mahako said, as said above, not enough stations to charge, and not to mention, I don't think they will do well in colder northern states where power is lost in wintertime during some storms. Yeah, that's a fact. So what they would have to do then is upgrade the infrastructure, right? Make it so that the electrical grid is not so sensitive, right? Make it so that it's a little bit more resistant to the weather elements, right? Which again is something that Trump said that he wanted to do in that Agenda 47 with the Freedom Cities. So again, that's where the value chain is going to come in with all of those type of manufacturers and all of those type of companies, you know what I'm saying, getting part of that value chain. You see what I'm saying? So now here it says Tesla's allure seems to be wearing off, signaling potential trouble for the direct-to-consumer manufacturer, the group's trade analyst said. New EV models have posed a competitive threat to Tesla, which has a relatively older lineup of cars. Ford Motor, Hyundai Motor, and Rivian Automotive Incorporated are all among companies that have grabbed a bigger slice of California's electric vehicle market. Overall, battery-powered cars account for about a fifth of auto sales in the state, while California makes up a third of U.S. EV sales. Okay. Musk's standing in California, the largest EV market in the U.S., and a Democratic Party stronghold, has also taken a hit. He's openly criticized the state and embraced Republican political figures, including former President Donald Trump. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Do you all think that he's openly embracing Donald Trump to try to get Donald Trump to make policy to make him more competitive because in the current environment, he's failing? Is Elon Musk's shift in politics and policy as a result of having a desire to improve his business? If it is, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, then give me a thumbs down. Yeah, shout out to Black Spider. Yeah, people that live in places where it's not real, cold in the winter, they don't understand the struggle of quote unquote having to let the car warm up or having to try to start it up multiple times. Even if you got an old school gas operated car, you still got to try to start the car up a bunch of times, or you got to let the car warm up. There's a lot of people in the United States, if you from the Southwest or you from the West or you from Florida or, a southern state, you don't understand that I got to go outside 10, 15 minutes early before I leave and start the car up. The people don't understand the start the car up drama. You know what I'm saying? Again, with YouTube, a lot of times people just think that their immediate environment is the immediate environment of everybody. I've actually seen people on YouTube say, well, this stream started late. Started late where? Some people are broadcasted from like South Africa or Thailand. It's not late there. Like the whole world isn't just one time zone. Yeah, and again, this is facts. Pay to play, right? Shout out to how many people remember this? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, yes, remember what Dr. Claude Anderson says, buy a politician. And again, how long, DJ Elmo, bro, like how long have we been talking about this, bro? How long have we been talking about this? And again, what's crazy is you gotta look at YouTube and like, again, like when it comes to the political conversations and stuff like that, these aren't even the things that people are talking about. Again, like if you look at all of the political conversations that are going on, what people talk about tangibles and all that, what tangible is anybody going to get out of the conversations that's going on right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, think about it. So now here it says this week, Musk got into a social media dispute with Governor Gavin Newsom over a decision to move the headquarters of both SpaceX and X from Texas or to Texas from California. The CEO also relocated Texas's headquarters to the Lone Star State in 2021. And how many people heard about the supercomputer AI factory that Elon Musk just built in Memphis? If you guys heard about the supercomputer AI factory that Elon Musk just built in Memphis, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't heard about that, then give me a thumbs down. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. So again, all this money, like mad money is being thrown around. And the thing is, let me ask y'all this. If Trump wins, right? Let's just say, for instance, if Trump wins, because we don't know who's going to win. Everybody got their predictions and all of that, but, we don't know who's going to win. Let's just say Trump does win. If Trump wins, how much money is Tesla going to get? What kind of policy package do y'all think that Elon Musk will get hooked up with to help Tesla stay competitive? And again, no one is going to call that a handout. Is this a handout? Biden administration is giving General Motors, Stellantis, more than $1 billion to stop plant closures and build EVs. How many people heard about this? If you guys heard about this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, give me a thumbs down. Nobody's sitting up there saying that there's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can't afford to give $1 billion. The economy is already, as bad as it is. The economy is bad. We can't afford to give out $1 billion. Well, here goes $1 billion being given out right here. So again, is this another automotive industry bailout? Is that what this is? Can it be said? Can it be said that this is an automotive industry bailout? What is this? What do we call this? And regardless of what we're calling it, the next question is, how do we get some? How do we get some? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said we've been talking a few years now. Vertical integration, buying shares in companies that supply EV manufacturers. Bro, facts. We've been saying this, bro. Facts. Facts on facts. We got years of content talking about this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got to agree. I got to agree with Kiko. If you guys agree with Kiko, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Kiko says he's going to get one of those Obama-style bailouts. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the internal value chain, circular value chain. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said selfish and greed will keep them rich. Well, I agree. However, if you ask me, there should never be an expectation of a moral standard of other people. You know what I'm saying? And as far as selfish and quote unquote greed are, there you go. We got to start being selfish and greedy. Those are protectionism. Those are protectionism. You know what I'm saying? How many people would say that selfishness and greed are protectionism? Those are protectionism. You know what I'm saying? Selfish and greed are protecting your self-interest and making sure that you have as much control over things as you possibly can. You know what I'm saying? Those are control mechanisms. You know what I mean? And I agree with Black Spider. We need to start being selfish. We need to start being selfish. Shout out to Anthony Roger Phillips. Anthony Roger Phillips says the car market is losing billions over the EV market. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Here's my question for everybody watching. Why do you guys think that the car market is losing so much money over the EV market? Shout out to the specialist. The specialist says, we failed miserably at being selfish. Yeah. But, you know, there's always time for people to, you know, evolve, improve their understanding, change the methods of how, you know, they do business and whatnot, right? And my question would be, what are changes that people can make to improve? And see, I wouldn't even call it shout out to AB Promotion. What's good with it, bro? I wouldn't even call it greed and selfish anymore. I would call it protectionism. I would call it self-interest. You know what I'm saying? Because people are conditioned with words and the implication of words. And a lot of times the words are literal, but there's deception behind how those words are used. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I gotta agree, Senpai, because of the bailouts and the government incentives. Facts. Facts. Shout out to my man AB. What's good with you, What's good with you, bro? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said battery is hard to source and expensive. Repair cost is very high for EV cats putting off buyers. The whole model isn't sustainable. Yeah. Not without some quantitative easing. You know what I'm saying? Not without some quantitative easing and control of resources. Yeah, I'd agree. As it is in its current state, yeah, it's not sustainable. You know, if some imperialist adjustments were made, then there could probably be a higher likelihood of sustainability. You know what I'm saying? So here's my question. How can we get access to this $1 billion? Biden, and again, is this $1 billion is already locked in for certain people. Let me ask y'all this question. Who is this $1 billion locked in for? People that own and people that are involved in what kind of business? People that own or people that are involved with what kind of business are locked into this money? You know what I'm saying? Biden administration giving General Motors, Stellantis more than $1 billion to stop plant closures and build EVs. When is the last time anybody got some money from the government to stop a foreclosure or a repossession on a car that you owned? Shout out to Carla. What's good with it, Carla? Now, look at this. The federal government is providing $1.7 billion in grants to help revitalize 11 shuttered or at-risk auto manufacturing and assembly facilities. So again, when When a business is failing, the government will bail it out. When people are failing, the other people and the government will say, sorry. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. The federal government is providing $1.7 billion in grants to help revitalize 11 shuttered or at-risk auto manufacturing and assembly factories, including 2 in Michigan, the White House and Department of Energy said early Thursday. The grants will go to projects across 8 states: Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Illinois, Indiana, Maryland, and Virginia. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What's unique about those states? What's unique about those states? Yeah, shout out to Black Spider, corporate welfare. That's what this is. But again, these people will sit there and say, "Well, I built this business." I mean, did you really? Did you? Can we actually and honestly say, quote unquote, you built this business? You know what I'm saying? A lot of help from the government with a lot of this stuff. Collectively, according to the Biden administration, the projects could result in creation of 2,900 new jobs and retention of 15,000 current ones. Okay. Now, again, how much revenue does this kick back to the higher echelon of this company? How much revenue does this kick back to the higher echelon of this company? This investment will create, look at this. This investment will create thousands of good paying union manufacturing jobs and retain even more from Lansing, Michigan to Fort Valley, Georgia, by helping auto companies retool, reboot, and rehire in the same factories and communities, President Joe Biden said in a statement. So as long as we're controlling the resources, we'll divvy you out. See, like, we control all the money. With all that money we control, we'll divvy out some of our money in the form of giving you a job or not. You won't get to control the money and you divvy out the money. You will be on the other end of the divvying. That process has got to change. If you guys agree that process has got to change, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree and you don't see a need for that process to change, then give me a thumbs down. How much control do you have of your money if you have a job, if you have app life? App life does not set up a good situation for you to be able to have maximum control over your circumstances. Now, again, I want you to pay very close attention when it comes to the way that the United States government does a lot of things. There's never an advocacy for maximum control policy as it pertains to us. There's always only advocacy for contingent reciprocal or contingent receiving policy for us. You can get a job. You cannot get a business. We'll keep the business in place and give them money, but you're not getting a business. Now, since the government is not going to do that, it's not in the best interest of people to continue to just ask the question, why is the government not doing this? We know why the government's not doing this. So we got to push the line and we got to do it until we do it and make it stick. If we don't do that, if that's not done, then it just is not going to happen. And again, I don't know where the evidence is against what I'm saying. And I got to agree. If you guys agree with Carla, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Carla said, no, we the citizens built a company with our tax money, and we didn't have a say in who or where the money goes after we pay taxes. Yeah. Facts. Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said, they are opening them businesses faster than they build them illegal shelters. Money appears out of no, and just poof, appears. Poof, appears. And I want y'all to pay very close attention. If you guys watch when I do my streams and, you know what I'm saying, like different people that's not usually here come into the chat, people have more of a problem that we're actually discussing the money than they do questioning where the money came from. I'm not the only person that discusses this money. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the only person that talks about this. You know what I mean? Like it's just wild. It's just wild and bizarre. Okay. So now here it says the move comes as the president fights. Well, and again, this is a old article, right? I should have told you guys that at the beginning. This is from July 11th of 2024. So this article was written when Biden was still running for the race. But the reason why I said that is because I asked about these products. These products, for the most part, are in battleground states. So he's granting this stuff for battleground states to give a temporary jump in the economy so he could have a debate talking point and say, I've improved the economy here. So again, I want y'all to pay attention to how the money is weaponized. I'm going to do this because this is going to help me here. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do this because this is going to help me here. You guys see, if you guys see that, let me know. You know what I'm saying? President Joe Biden's administration is awarding $1.7 billion in federal grants to automakers and parts suppliers to revitalize 11 shuttered or at-risk auto manufacturing and assembly plants, including 2 in Michigan. The move comes as the president fights for his political life following a shaky debate performance 2 weeks ago that has many in the Democratic Party calling for him to step aside. Now, fast forward, he's already stepped aside. Okay. Michigan, the heart of U.S. auto industry and a pivotal electoral battleground, features heavily in both respects. So again, let me ask you guys a question. Is there political motivation for giving out this grant money? Is there what's the political motivation in giving out this grant money? And again, if we're giving out money to try to get votes. So when they say that they don't give out money or they can't give out money to get votes, I mean, here's an example of money being given out to get votes. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. What's good with you, bro? This is directly giving money to try to get votes. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says that won't save him or Kamala with white voters. Of course, moronic blacks will be gleeful, hell you, and say, wash your greens in the tub, and that's enough for many blacks to vote for Kamala. Now, here go my question. How do you feel? Because I was actually talking to TD about this, right? So what it seems to me, what I find interesting, right? To me, it seems like more people are not just automatically jumping on the Democrat wave. Now, mind you, people are making it like Kamala Harris is the Democrat wave, but she's not. Kamala Harris is a politician that, just recently surfaced now. The Democrat wave thing been going on forever, right? But it do seem to me like people are somewhat a little bit more politically aware. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but like there's this issue of political de-evolution that, I mean, being a little bit more aware is not really noticeable. It's like marginal for people that are politically aware, but it does seem like there's a little bit more political awareness. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. What do you guys think? I might be wrong. I know Patrick ain't gonna agree with me. Patrick gonna be like, "Heck no, everybody dumb as hell." Patrick gonna be like, "Heck no, everybody's still dumb as hell." But I'm just curious. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler says, "I'm so mad at black folks, I can't type straight." What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I think this is a good discussion. I think it's a good question. I think that a lot of the stuff that people are talking about is irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? But again, this is me. Even before political season, I think that a lot of stuff that people are talking about is irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Now, again, this is the political party that's talking about a threat to democracy, while literally we're having all of these democratic threat or democratic testing issues in areas where the Democrats are involved. You got Brandon Johnson trying to lock people out of city hall meetings. You got Tiffany Henyard being a dictator. You got President Biden just being removed in an unorthodox way. But this is the very party that's sitting up there saying, well, we're scared of democracy. I mean, you guys aren't really making a good case for yourself of why you're not scared of yourself. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, Michael R. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, the new black media has played a part in making people aware of Democrat deceptions. Yeah, I agree. I agree. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Michael R. Who racist rants? Who was ranting racist on Twitter? Oh, we got to see that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Darkstar. Darkstar said, I've been seeing a lot of my people in Tennessee are way more conservative. Now, again, I've said this before, and one thing that a lot of people like, you know, I've made this comment that we are a monolith, right? We look at each other as a monolith, right? But that don't mean that like we are actually monolith. I've said this before. A lot of there's this weird issue. A lot of people don't take into consideration like the quote unquote subcultures of black people. Because like if you ask me, like there's subcultures of black people. I tell y'all this all the time. I grew up, you know what I'm saying, in the North. If the world wasn't as far left as it would be, everybody would say, Rob, you a liberal. You liberal as hell. But I'm not in today's climate because the political spectrum has changed. I've always been under the assumption from observation that black people from down south are more conservative. And the reason, and I understand black people from down south's conservatism is because of environment. If you ask me, historically, black people from down south have had to be more dependent on each other because of legal circumstances and because of direct threats, direct in-your-face threats. And that, in my opinion, has created a culture of a little bit more conservatism. If you have been in the North for a couple generations, I think that you're more likely to be more liberal. But you got to understand the people that had that. You got to be able to sympathize and understand why those people have that conservatism that they have. If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it don't make sense, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to we live, bro. Is the stream skipping or something? Yeah, shout out to AB Jamal Bowman pulling the fire alarm, all that kind of stuff. The American South is more conservative. I agree. The American South is more conservative with white people and for black people for two reasons. You have white people who built all of their wealth based on racism, based on separationism, and you have black people who had to separate and protect themselves through separation and protect themselves from direct threats from white people to survive. Those things alone will make you more conservative. If you have less of that in your environment, you're going to be a little bit, you're going to be a little bit more, you're going to be a little bit more liberal. You're going to be a little bit more open borderish. You're going to be a little bit more inclusive. But it's important for people to not downplay that experience and understand that experience. You know what I'm saying? Which is one of the reasons, like, I get it. That's what I always say. Like, I might not agree with something, but I get it though. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, I guess growing up in Detroit, I was more liberal, but now these Dems have turned me off. And that's what I'm saying, bro. You probably are very similar to me culturally. You from Detroit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm from Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? Very similar. You know what I'm saying? But because it's 2024 and the spectrum has shifted, people like us probably seem a little bit more conservative. And again, and conservatism, it also comes with age too. So we got the double push of not only has the world spectrum shifted, but we also are older now. So being older and the spectrum shifting, now we just gonna sound like we full out just conservative. You know, and I know for a fact I'm not a conservative at all by any means, in any form of black conservatism or any form of conservatism at all. I'm not a conservative person. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of them crazy people. You know what I'm saying? And the crazy people is always associated with like young liberals that don't care about nothing. You know what I'm saying? Oh, free spirit and all that. That's the type of person I've always been. But because of certain things now that are looked at as normal, and I'm looking at this stuff like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? What's going on now? Somebody look at me and be like, yo, you kind of conservative. I'm like, me? For real? But in 2024, the standard is different. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Savion. What's good with you, bro? So now here it says, and the grants come as the, look at this. See the global, right? The global auto industry is recalibrating the slowing pace of ED adoption. Would-be customers are balking at comparatively high prices, voicing concerns with rage and anxiety, charging availability, and public money subsidizing the private industry. All right. More than half of the new funds are heading to projects in or with ties to the Great Lakes state. General Motors Company and Stellantis NV are each slated to receive more than $500 million, with another nearly $158 million going to ZF North America Incorporation, an auto parts supplier with a facility in Marysville. Ford Motor Company will not receive any funds. Okay. So again, out of all of this money that's being given, shout out to my man K Kent. What's good with you, bro? Out of all of this money that's being given, how much of this money will we be able to take advantage of? That's my question for y'all. See, that's the important question. And then that's the question that people should take this information and be like, you see this live stream? My question for you is, what politician is going to give us access to being able to cultivate a business that is prepared to receive these kind of grants, or to be able to utilize these kind of grants on our own? Because the thing is that, you know, this is something that's rarely brought up. Let me ask you guys this question. When people are having a money conversation or people are talking about this kind of stuff, people, they always try to do the handout shaming, but nobody ever talks about this. Let me ask you this. Where's the quote unquote corporate shaming apparatus? How does that work? Literally, these people get these kind of grants and this kind of money, and they just get praised and glazed. You know what I'm saying? And everybody says these people are just hardworking Americans and they built from the ground up. This isn't building from the ground up. This isn't building from the ground up. But despite the fact that it's not building from the ground up, this is definitely something that we should be able to take, something that we should be able to utilize. Shout out to Carlton Wade. What's good with you, bro? Yeah, now that's a concern, right? Shout out to Patrick Tyler. If you guys agree with Patrick, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Patrick says them car manufacturers will lay off American workers, then hire illegals. Watch and see. FedEx just laid off 2,000 workers in Memphis and then brought in illegals. What company laid off all them? What company was it that shut down in St. Louis? What it was a company, some company in who was it that shut down in St. Louis? It was a company in Iowa, if I'm not mistaken, and a company in St. Louis, and they shut down and cut a bunch of workers. I can't remember. I know y'all remember, and I did a stream about it. And see, the thing is, you got to go back and look. And when you look, all these people, when they do these interviews, they'll be like, well, I'm concerned about the economy. I'm concerned about jobs. I'm concerned about inflation. Okay, yeah, you shouldn't really say that. You should be more specific about the issues that you have. But if you're going to sit there and say that on an interview, why is it that people never pinpoint and direct these issues to this stuff right here? Put the focus on this right here. These are the issues that we got. These are local issues. Now, where do we see Kamala Harris or Trump talking about this stuff right here? These are issues that are important. They talk about, oh, we care about everyday people. These are everyday people issues. These are everyday people issues. What big YouTubers talk about these kind of issues? I talk about local issues all the time. All the time. You know what I'm saying? All the time. Been doing it for years. It was Tyson. Thank you, Carla. Yeah, that's who I was looking for. It was Tyson. How many people saw the situation with Tyson? They laid off a bunch of people. Then they hired a bunch of migrants. Shout out to Carlton. What's good with it, bro? How many people saw that? So again, all of these issues, right? It's the same as always. Ain't nothing changed. There is literally nothing that's changed. The question is, what's going to be done with what is going to be done to mitigate these issues that we're talking about here? How many people think that if you think that these are important issues, give me a thumbs up. If you guys think that these are waste of time issues that nobody should be discussing, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Patrick. I gotta agree. Where do you all see the money quantized and discussed like this? Talking about all this money that's getting given out. Where do y'all who does it? Who organizes and quantifies the information and says, look, this is all of the money. How much of this is we getting? Every time that we've done one of these, go on both channels, on BLR1 and BLR2. Go look at the All Money Ain't Good Money. Who's put that information together and organized it and presented a package like, what out of this money we gonna get? You know what I'm saying? So if we don't organize and come up with creative packages and creative bundles and be like, where's ours at? People are always going to say, well, a closed mouth don't get fed. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the selections total $1.7 billion across 11 projects. More than half of the money is isolated for projects in Michigan or companies with strong ties to the state. So what that means is that Michigan is locked in to a large percentage of this money. Michigan is already locked into a large percentage of this money. So people are going to be dealing with lockout, blockout. You know what I'm saying? People are going to be dealing with lockout, blockout. There is nothing harder to a manufacturing company. I'm sorry. There's nothing harder to a manufacturing community than to lose jobs to foreign competition and a changing industry, said U.S. Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm, a former Michigan governor. So if that's the case, then in those very same communities, they're allowing migrants to come in. You know what I'm saying? So again, we're looking at double talk. Even as our competitors invest heavily in electric vehicles, these grants ensure that our automotive industry stays competitive. See that? This is as much as these people complain about socialism, this is socialism. These grants ensure that our automotive industry stays competitive. This is quantitative easing. This is providing artificial competitiveness to these industries with government subsidies. Now, the very people that sit there and complain about socialism will not say anything about this use of socialism in our capitalist economy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AB. AB says, I would say on certain cable news channels, they mention these deals in passing and then go back to what's happening in Chicago. I agree. I agree. Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick says, I don't know what the end game is with all these damn illegals, but it's not. I agree. If you guys agree with Patrick Tyler, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with Patrick Tyler, give me a thumbs down. Supply. Look at that. Supply chain conversion program. What's that mean? What's that? They're talking about a supply chain conversion program. What does that mean? These are words that we've heard before. DJ Elmo says these corporate welfare checks don't create innovation. Rather, it creates moral hazard because most of the beneficiaries are corrupt and greedy. Facts. Facts. Super facts. All of the projects will in some way, look at this, all of the projects will in some way support a transition to low emission vehicles, a top priority for Biden as a way to fight climate change and to keep China from dominating the growing vehicle sector of the world auto market. Again, quantitative easing. We're going to try to use our financial and political power to interfere with and artificially stifle China's growth while we remain artificially competitive. Is that we use domestic capitalism and international socialism. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, again, the question is that when people present these arguments, why is it that this is never looked at? Why is it that this is never looked at? That transition has proven challenging for automakers, though recent EV sales data were promising for some automakers like GM. So the electronic vehicle business is just getting like they're not doing very well. They're not doing very well, and they're getting coddled by the government. And there's not a lot of people who talk about the government coddling. It seems like, you know, people try to frame only certain things as government coddling. And then when you look at other things, people try to rush to do whatever it is that they can to think that they're going to stop you from talking about this stuff. Like it doesn't make any sense. Shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you. We got 32 people watching and we got 47 likes. If everybody can bang on that like button, that'd be great. Also, if you guys haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and also please share the stream to your social media. Yeah, shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider says they won't talk about the money. According to them, it's none of your business, which is interesting because it is our business if they're taking our tax dollars and using our tax dollars to save these businesses. This is our business and our money. Actually, it's our money. You know what I'm saying? Like we already pay taxes. Then they take some of the tax money and give it to them as grants. I mean, again, it's our money, right? It's our money. Like DJ Elmo said, extortion. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carla. Carla said, and the small businesses need to develop business plans and present them. But then the money handlers will say that they don't qualify for the grants. Right. Right. Somebody make it make sense. The Biden administration also said that the creation and retention of good-paying union jobs was a key consideration in picking who would receive the grants. So again, good-paying union jobs, not businesses. We're not going to develop businesses. We're going to preserve the businesses, right? We're going to keep the businesses as they stand, and we're going to make jobs. We're going to encourage app life. Shout out to KG. What's good with it, bro? We're going to encourage app life. We recognize that union workers have built the middle class, and those same workers are going to power our clean energy future. Now, again, the workers that power the clean energy future are not going to be those old school steel belt people that built up Detroit. It's not going to be the same people. You know what I'm saying? Now, they might be in the same economic branch. They might be in the same income bracket, but they're not going to be the same people, though. But that's what we can call them the same people when we shift the label and quote unquote call them the middle class. So, and then pay attention to when you use certain language, why certain people don't want you to use certain language. You see what I'm saying? We're funding projects where workers have a real voice in the job. So again, they're talking about workers having a real voice in the job, not developing competitive businesses. Because if you develop competitive business, then what you're doing by developing competitive business is you're allowing yourself to pay the money, and it takes away from the control of those people who are quote unquote divvying out the resources. Employers divvy out resources. Employees receive resources. Would you guys agree? So if you're not creating businesses, you're creating a situation where the people who are living app life are going to always be recipients of resource dividend. If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's one of the reasons why getting trapped in that app life, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. You want to always maximize control over your circumstance. You want to always maximize control over your resources. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says, well, technically they are the same people. It's just that the migrants aren't coming from Europe and the American South. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We're funding projects where workers have a real voice in the job, where they have training and upper mobility, where they have access to supportive services. Look at this, like childcare and transportation. What kind of job do anybody work at where they got childcare and transportation? The selections announced Thursday are part of the Department of Energy's. How many people have heard of this program? The selections announced Thursday are part of the Department of Energy's Domestic Automotive Supply Chain Conversion Grants Program, which is funded by the Inflation Reduction Act passed in 2022. Okay, so this is where that money is coming from. This is where that money is coming from. Who even heard of this to be able to take advantage of it? Who got a business that's readily available to be able to write a grant proposal and take advantage of it? That's my question for you guys. Shout out to Black Spider. I appreciate you, Black Spider. Make sure you guys show Black Spider some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Black Spider for funding the organization.
Get the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
I'm rich, biatch! How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo.
Definitely appreciate you, Black Spider. So again, when we talked about the Inflation Reduction Act, right? And now we're looking at where the money is going. And again, when was the Inflation look? The Inflation Reduction Act was passed in 2022, and they're still giving money out allocated from it in 2024. They're still giving money out that was allocated from it in 2024. Look at that. Now, how many angry people do you see on Twitter going wild with steam coming out of their ears and yelling and screaming and typing in all caps about handouts and people looking for handouts? What is this? What does this classify as? What does this qualify as? Yeah, shout out to Black Spider. Facts, they're not thinking about no kids. They're not thinking about no kids. The applicant pool, which the administration said was much larger than they could accommodate with the current round of funding, was restricted to companies committed to taking on at least 50% of their project. Also, look at this. The chosen companies will not automatically receive funds, but rather they will next negotiate with the federal government for awards that specifically support the plans they submitted during the application process. The Department of Energy has made clear, this administration has made clear that the grants are not blank checks to corporations. Still, the program could deliver significant government funding to several projects in or near Michigan. General Motors will receive up to $500 million to convert its Lansing Grand River assembly plant to producing EVs from producing internal combustion engine cars. It will support the retention of more than 650 jobs and create 50 new ones, according to a project description released by the Biden administration. So again, this is the government the government is looking to give this money to these businesses. Yeah. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said the Inflation Reduction Act. You talked about it when it passed, and I said the easiest thing we can do is buy index funds in S&P 500. Facts. And again, like, it's crazy because here we are now in 2024. We here in 2024, and they're using 2020. What was that? 2022 policy to fund candidacy in 2024. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't make this up, man. And still, out of all this money that's being given out, none of it is coming our way. None of it is coming our way. Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler says, U.S. government has always created wealth for businesses and white men. Facts. Now, let me ask you guys this question. A corporation is a artificial person, right? How many people agree a corporation is an artificial person? Now, my question is, as an artificial person that a corporation is, what boxes does a corporation check off? That's a great question. Shout out to AB. Y'all can answer that. If everyone had an EV and the grid goes out, then what? That's a great question. Hopefully nobody has to find out the hard way. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with the Brooklyn Queen? Hopefully nobody had to find out the hard way. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says U.S. Representative Elisa Slotkin, a Holly Democrat who represents Lansing, said the investment of federal tax dollars into GM's assembly plant near downtown Lansing will help the U.S. compete against China in the manufacturing of EVs. So again, this is what I'm talking about. The United States quantitatively easing the competition in electronic vehicle manufacture. And again, the recurring question, what can we do to get percentage of this money. Remember what I had said when we started the All Money Ain't Good Money series? We're going to have all of these videos talking about all of this money that all of these political parties have given out. And those things can be used as a receipt. They can be used as a receipt to say, well, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to DC Precise. What's good with it, bro? Those things can be used as a receipt to say, what percentage of all of this money given out will we be able to get for a vote? What percentage of all of this money given out are we going to be able to be given for a vote? Well, don't talk about that. Well, again, why not? You know what I'm saying? Why not? It's crazy how Myron Gaines and people like Myron will run around and say that, these people have done all of this and done all of that and respect Elon Musk so much. I mean, we just sat here and looked at all these handouts that Elon Musk is doing. Do you guys remember when I did that article about the space construction and they were talking about all the grant money that they were going to give X? And then they'll sit there in space and say, quote unquote, you reparations guys just want handouts. Us reparations guys have never gotten half of the amounts of handouts of any of this stuff here, just in this live stream. And we're not technically, we're not the reparations guys because nobody's gotten reparations except for, you know what I'm saying, the people that actually own slaves. So again, there's just all of that built-in false equivalency and built-in intellectual dishonesty that goes into a lot of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, whether or not you drive an EV today or even care to, there's no denying that they will be a big part of vehicles tomorrow. Slotkin said Thursday in a statement. All you have to do is look at Europe and Mexico and see that China is looking to be the manufacturer of this next generation of vehicles. That's why it's essential to our economy and national security that electronic vehicles, the batteries and components they run on, and other critical products are made here in America. If you guys agree with that statement, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with that statement, then give me a thumbs down. You know what I'm saying? Stellantis, specifically Fiat Chrysler U.S. automobiles, will receive almost will receive almost 575 million. About 335 million will go towards a product in Belvidere, Illinois, and another 250 million will go for a project in Kokomo, Indiana. Okay. The Belvidere project aims to convert an idled assembly plant there to building EVs from assembling such ICE vehicles as the Jeep Cherokee. The project would restore approximately 1,450 unionized jobs. The plant has been idled since February of 2023. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What does a plant being idled mean? Yeah. Shout out to Anthony. A lot of these corporations get handouts every 3 to 4 years. Yeah. I'm going to ask you guys this question. If you guys can think of company handouts and their amounts, name all the companies that you all can think of and the associated CEOs or people who profited from them in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Because again, for whatever reason, like people act like this stuff is not real. You know what I'm saying? They act like this stuff didn't happen. They act like this stuff is not happening. Shout out to Black Spider. Yeah, these are actually black jobs. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. A lot of people, a lot of these do make up that quote unquote black job contingent. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said mothballed, not producing, kind of like farmers being paid to not grow crops, like that first article, right? Like them people that's in California getting given a stipend to not, quote unquote, go over the water rations to grow hay. That same type of situation. Shout out to Anthony. Anthony says Stellantis is a European company at that. Yeah. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo says plant being idle. That means no machinery or labor is used to produce anything. Right. It's just sitting there dormant. You know what I'm saying? People off on lack of work. The Kokomo project would convert the automaker's Indiana transmission plant to initiate manufacturing of electric drive modules. The administration said it would result in the retention and upskilling of 585 employees, all of whom would be members of the United Auto Workers Union. So again, let me ask you guys this question. Do you all think that the United Auto Workers Union was instrumental in this deal being cut? Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise said, are we allowed to say any of them beer flu companies? Right. Right. Shout out to AJ. What's good with you, bro? Right. Yeah. And again, the union would have, in that case, organized themselves as a quote unquote block or as a quote unquote concentrated power center, right? To attempt to try to leverage their power. Which understandably so. You know what I'm saying? Understandably so. So now here it says ZE North America, which has a facility in Marysville near the St. Clair County border with Canada, will receive up to $157.7 million to help produce components for electric passenger and heavy-duty vehicles, resulting in a potential retention of 536 jobs, most of which were represented by the UAW. Okay. ZF's intention is to provide critical componentry to electrify light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles. ZF spokesperson Tony Sapinza said in a statement to the Detroit News, our potential investment in our Maryville, Michigan facility would enhance the domestic EV supply chain, paving the way for a more robust, efficient, and environmentally sustainable automotive industry. Sapinza added that ZF is pleased by the news, though he noted that discussions with the Energy Department are ongoing and ZF's participation is contingent upon a future customer. Okay? So again, look at all the money. Look at all the money. Look at all the money that's going out. Now, again, why are we talking about this? What political candidate or voting in what direction is going to open up people to have a higher likelihood of being able to access some of this money? I think that's a valid question. How many people think that that's a valid question? So we're going through another election cycle, right? We've already been through one. You know what I'm saying? And you know, when it comes to this election cycle, you got to look at a lot of this stuff and like, you know, I mean, people are still kind of where they were before. And again, you got to ask yourself why. American Auto Parts Incorporation, a part supplier with 2 facilities in Toledo, Ohio, will receive $32.6 million for 2 projects that will support chassis assembly for a new light plug-in hybrid truck and the construction of new battery system assembly plant. The projects, respectively, will be at the Stellantis Toledo Assembly Complex and the Toledo Trade Center Industrial Park. Biden said that the move Thursday delivers on my commitment. So, okay, this is Biden talking about delivering on a commitment. Biden said that the move Thursday delivers on my commitment to never give up on the manufacturing communities and workers that were left behind by my predecessor and are now making a comeback with the support of my policies. I'll never stop fighting for the American auto industry and American auto workers. What do you guys think about that? What's you guys' thoughts on that? What's you guys' thoughts on that? You know what I'm saying? Now, how many people have heard about the housing situation in Silicon Valley? Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler says, I think illegals are going to be hired. Yeah, shout out to Carla. Chrysler is Stellantis. Facts. Black Spider says he's hanging out at the White House now. He said on the news that Israeli invited him there. How's another country going to invite you? Right. Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise said, like how he didn't allow the train workers to go on strike. Right. So how many people heard about this Silicon Valley situation? Look at this. I'm going to show y'all this. We might actually do this. We might actually have to do another live stream on this because we'll see. "12 people compete for every rental unit in Silicon Valley," a new study says. Now, let me ask you this. If 12 people compete for each unit in Silicon Valley, what's that doing for the price? What's that doing for the price? Shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, take a moment, hit that bell. Please share the stream to your social media. Wherever you're watching from, definitely appreciate it. 12 people compete for every rental unit in Silicon Valley. Yeah, driving the prices up. Right. Yeah. Shout out to DC. Pumping it like a meme coin. Facts. Shout out to Carlton. Like Ray Shrimmer said, up, up, up like Donald Trump. Yeah. Facts. Who's making money for that? Shout out, I appreciate you, Anthony. Who's making money off of this? You know what I'm saying? Rent Cafe placed the United States tech capital as the 6th most competitive rental market in the country and the most competitive in California. Somebody's making big money off of this real estate. Look, these apartments don't, I mean, they don't, you know what I'm saying? I mean, this don't look any, you know, it just don't look spectacular. It's not like it, you know, it's not like it looked bad. I'm not saying it looks bad or anything, but to be like the most competitive in the market, man, I'm expecting something super dope. Super dope. I'm talking about like the modern open air type, you know what I'm saying, with ambient lighting and, you know what I'm saying, like stuff. You know what I'm saying? So what I think we're gonna do, I think we'll look at this. We'll do another stream. We'll do another stream and we'll look at that in that next stream that we do. But I want to show y'all something. Now, usually we talk about this on Undocumented Bros, right? And it's been a minute since we done an Undocumented Bros, right? But since we talking about all money ain't good money, and this is kind of talking about money, we're gonna talk about it here real quick. Now, you guys recall when we talked about this earlier in the year, right? There was a debit card program for migrants in New York City. Do y'all remember that? Shout out to Lala Papa. What's good with you? If y'all remember that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't remember that, give me a thumbs down. Now, I want y'all to answer this question. When it comes to policy, we're going to look at this video, and I want y'all to tell me in the comment section, how will Kamala Harris deal with this situation? How will Trump deal with this situation? And whose way of dealing with this would you all be more partial to? Okay.
It's expanding its debit card program for migrant families. The cards are meant to pay for food and baby supplies, but critics, well, they're worried about fraud and misuse funds. However, the city is showing that the program is actually helping alleviate the financial burden of caring for asylum seekers. Good Day's Jessica Formoso has more.
The city is expanding a program providing migrant families with debit cards to buy food and baby essentials. About 3 months ago, the Adams administration started testing out the program with a small group of families with children staying at city-run. It started at 3 hotels. About 3,000 people received the cards. Now 7,300 prepaid cards will be distributed. In a statement, New York City Deputy Mayor.
I mean, and again, it's the same thing as these businesses that we're talking about getting all this money. It's the same thing with these businesses getting all this money. You know what I'm saying? And again, like, nobody's asking where this money is coming from. But then anytime people ask for for other types of money, or ask, you know, where's the funding for XYZ, the answer is just simply don't talk about it. Well, that's not good enough. We're going to continue to talk about it. And again, I think if we're dealing in terms of natural human relations, which we clearly don't have, then people need to account for this. Like, what's up with this? Let's get an explanation on this. Yeah. Shout out to Kiko. Right. How are they giving money to illegals, helping save money from illegals? Right. Shout out to Carla. Carla said, remember, the car company was building a new plant right outside of the black town in Tennessee that the state took over. That's when the comptroller took over. Facts. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, man, playing Americans is so simple. Keep us engrossed in the varying flavors of culture war babble while the elites economically rule us. It's as if we're being kept sophomorically dumb on purpose. Yeah. Let me ask you guys this question. All of the Kamala Harris talk, is that a subsection of the culture war? I'm gonna ask you guys this: the gender war and like the Kamala Harris sub talk, is that a subsector of the culture war? If it's a subsector of the culture war, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, give me a thumbs down.
Baby essentials. About 3 months ago, the Adams administration started testing out the program with a small group of families with children staying at city-run shelters. It started at 3 hotels. About 3,000 people received the cards. Now 7,300 prepaid cards will be distributed. In a statement, New York City Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services, William A.M.A.G.M, says the program enables newly arriving families the ability to make choices for themselves and their children by using these cards, stating, quote, they can buy from local shops, support small businesses, and manage their own resources. When we empower people, we help them achieve self-sufficiency and access the American dream.
Now, that's an important statement right there. That's an important statement right there, right? They can buy from local shops, support small businesses, and manage their own resources. When we empower people, we help them achieve self-sufficiency and access the American dream. So now you got to ask yourself this question. Well, that means that if people are not empowered, then that means that the idea is that there's not going to be any assistance for, quote unquote, helping you to, you know, access the American dream. Also, if people don't go after stuff that's available for them, there's never going to be a trial and error database of people trying, succeeding, or trying, failing. And people will say, well, you know, people never tried to do any of this stuff. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says no one really talks about issues such as this, hence the real reason for the shadow ban. I'm sure there's a WLR channel out there that we don't know about, and they may not even be WS. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that, bro. Facts. Facts. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely.
It's excellent that we could go out and buy fresh food. Julie Cifuentes is a mother of 3. She arrived 9 months.
And again, like it's no, again, not, you know, I don't have no issue with nobody from the diaspora, you know what I'm saying? But like, it's amazing how like the mainstream media, where did they find like a full actual Black woman? You know what I'm saying? She even braided up. That's a Latino migrant. Like, there's not a lot of this kind of migrant does not make up a large portion of the migrants. But like they're trying to exploit this, like the image though, and it's just wild. Like,
It's excellent that we could go out and buy fresh food. Julie Cifuentes is a mother of 3. She arrived 9 months ago and has been staying at the Anchor Hotel in Queens, where she says the food is not fresh, and many times she ends up buying food outside. She hopes to obtain one of these cards this time around. We don't eat here often because you can tell the food is not fresh. The cards provide families a 28-day allowance to purchase food and baby supplies at stores that sell groceries and convenience items. As of June 16th, since its launch, the program has helped 900 families. According to the city, the card half as much as it would cost to deliver boxes of food to families.
Hold on real quick. Look. Hold on real quick.
City, the card cost half.
Where he coming from, man? Where is he coming from? Where is he coming from? Man, that's wild.
Half as much as it would cost to deliver boxes of food to families staying at hotels, saving the city so far over $598,000, and it's projected to save the city approximately $4 million on migrant spending by the end of this year alone. But not everyone is in favor of this program, saying migrants are living for free at the expense of New York taxpayers.
Now, let me ask you this question. Is that a true statement? If that's a true statement, give me a thumbs up. If that's not a true statement, give me a thumbs down. That's a true statement. Shout out to Lady Butterfly. What's good with it? Yeah, to us. Shout out to Patrick. Exactly, to quote unquote associate it with quote unquote handouts. And again, that's why, you know, you gotta ask this question.
We have no obligation to do anything. We have no obligation to house, feed, clothe these individuals. And as we've been saying for almost 2 years now, the things that the city are doing are creating incentives for these migrants to come here.
In Queens, I'm Jessica from.
Again, would you guys agree with that last statement, that those things are creating incentives to come here? If you guys agree that the things that the city is doing are creating incentives to come to the United States, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that, then give me a thumbs down. I want to show you guys this thing here. This also has to do with migrants. I thought this was interesting. This is old information, but it's not something that was talked about very much, very often. So we're going to just go through this real quick. Listen to this.
This is crazy if you're not aware of this.
Doing though, in January of this year, you rolled out a new phone app called CVP1, an app for a cell phone.
How many people heard of CVP1? If you heard of CVP1, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not hear of CVP1, then give me a thumbs down. How many people heard of CVP1? If y'all know what that is, let me know what it is. If y'all don't know what it is, then you know we'll hear soon.
This is crazy if you're not aware of this.
Doing though, in January of this year, you rolled out a new phone app called CVP1, an app for a cell phone. I've got a picture of it behind me here. This phone app allows, and I'm going to quote from your own fact sheet, it allows, and I quote, non-citizens without appropriate documents for admission to schedule an appointment to come to the border. They can now go on their phone and schedule to come to the border and then be admitted. And you identified 7 separate border points of entry where they could come. 5 of them in Texas, 2 of them in California, 1 in Arizona. It's like
now again, it's important to listen to this, right? Again, because the thing is how in that last video, they were saying things that are being done are encouraging people to come, like facilitating the ease. And my question for you guys is, as you're listening to this information about this app, or as you're listening to what's going on here, my question for you would be, does this app facilitate people coming and entering the border illegally? If you guys think that this facilitates people coming in and entering the border illegally, then give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't, then give me a thumbs down.
This is crazy if you're not aware of this.
Doing though, in January of this year, you rolled out a new phone app called CBP1, an app for a cell phone. I've got a picture of it behind me here. This phone app allows, and I'm going to quote from your own fact sheet, it allows, and I quote, non-citizens without appropriate for admission to schedule an appointment to come to the border. They can now go on their phone and schedule a time to come to the border and then be admitted. And you identified 7 separate border points of entry where they could come. 5 of them in Texas, 2 of them in California, 1 in Arizona. It's like a concierge service for illegal immigrants. My border crisis had enough. Now we're going to have an app that allows illegals to schedule their appointments and come and be admitted to this country.
So my question for you guys is, what do you think about that, right? And we're gonna take a look at this. We're gonna take a look at this real quick. Like, you know, like to me, like people should be asking, okay, now the candidates that are you know, that are up for election, right? Presidential candidates, what do they plan on doing about this stuff? What do they plan on doing about this stuff? Look at this. CBP1 mobile application. Use of CBP1 app to schedule appointments at land ports of entry has increased U.S. Custom and Border Protection capacity to process migrants more efficiently and orderly while cutting out unscrupulous smugglers who endanger and profit from valuable migrants. So basically, I'm not again like what it sounds like how they phrase this right here is that this app is like facilitating people getting to the border to take away business from the cartel. You know what I'm saying? This app is free to download. And again, how do they have phone service and stuff like that if the situations are so dire? The app is free to download, and users can register 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure efficiency and enhance security beginning on Monday, March 4th of 2024. Non-citizens in Central and Northern Mexico can request CBP1 appointments between the hours of 12 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time each day. To request an appointment in CBP1, select your registration that contains all members of your family or co-travelers who share a common U.S. destination address, and then request an appointment. At 12 p.m. ET the following day, appointments will be allocated from a pool of registered users who requested an appointment the previous day. If you receive an appointment, you will be notified around 12 p.m. Eastern Time via the CBP1 app and email. You have up to 23 hours to confirm the appointment by completing a geolocation check to ensure you are within Central or Northern Mexico, and by completing the photo capture and liveness detection process. Okay. In the event you are not selected for any appointment at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, you may request an appointment again during the 12-hour period from 12 p.m. Eastern time to 11:59 p.m. Eastern time each day to be considered for the 12 p.m. Eastern time allocation for the following day. CBP is continually monitoring and evaluating the application to ensure its functionality and guard against bad actors. Registrations and accounts are identified as fraudulent will be removed. You know what I'm saying? So again, this is that CBP1 thing. And I think that that's just kind of interesting. And again, I'm going to show y'all this, right? Because here go the CBP1 fact sheet. Okay. Here's the CBP1 fact sheet. Look at this. CBP1 fact sheet. Now, look what it says right here. Free CBP1 mobile application enables non-citizens without appropriate documents for admission who seek to travel to the United States through certain southwest border points of entry the ability to submit information through a module within the application instead of coming directly to wait at a point of entry. So this app, for the most part, is basically for undocumented people to facilitate, quote unquote, ease of entry. You know what I'm saying? Beginning January 12th of 2023, non-citizens who seek to travel to the United States through Southwest Borderland POEs to request exception from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention's order suspending the right to introduce certain persons from countries where a quarantinable communicable disease exists may use the CBP1 mobile application to submit certain information in advance, attest they or a spouse or child accompanying them meet specific vulnerability criteria, and schedule an appointment to present themselves for inspection to a participating POE, point of entry. You know what I mean? Like, this is wild. This is wild. So then, like, this, and again, we about to look at the effects that it's had. This is, I would actually say that this has probably contributed to increased border encounters. And the reason why I would make the assumption that this probably, you know, contributed to increased border encounters is because, look, CBP1 facilitated over 170,000 appointments in 6 months and continues to be a safe, orderly, and humane tool for border management. Mind you, border management, which means basically keeping count of everybody who comes by, not regulating the influx. You know what I'm saying? So how much money was put into this? Now, again, you know, as far as the issues go, as far as political issues go, what's Kamala Harris's position on that? You know what I'm saying? What does she plan on doing to deal with that, to mitigate risks and issues presented by that? You know what I'm saying? We'll see if that kind of stuff ever comes up. I don't know if there's going to be a debate where the issues will be laid out. What they got going on now is a lot of campaigning and a lot of, you know, rallies and just basically gaslighting and advertising and people selling themselves. But I want to hear what's actually being offered. And I want to hear what's being offered, not in terms of I need to do this or else somebody else is going to do something to me. I want to know how I'm going to directly benefit. And if you ask me, that's the most important question that everybody should be asking. But I pay attention to the efforts that they have on steering people away from asking those kind of questions, and ask yourself why they're steering you away from asking those kind of questions. You know what I'm saying? So I might go live a little bit later on today. If not, for sure, I'll probably go live tomorrow morning, because it's some stuff that I wanted to talk about with Trump, because he got some he got some issues going on, you know what I'm saying, just acting like himself. That's problematic, and we're gonna talk about that, you know what I'm saying. If you're watching on the replay, hashtag replay gang, leave a comment. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please take a moment, hit that bell, subscribe to the channel. I appreciate y'all for coming through. That's what's up. If you're not part of the Discord, hit that link, join the Discord. If you're not subscribed on Rumble, Twitch, or any place else, make sure y'all do that. Shout out to the 3 stream sponsors. Make sure y'all show them love. Shout out to Black Spider. Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to my man Kiko. Definitely appreciate it. And shout out to Black Spider again. All right. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,
walk up in this life. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this bitch like, hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him. Don't believe me? Come and see me. Got 3 wishes from my genie. Now I'm on your local TV. Y'all on tour, got demons. Say she wanna come and see me when I'm in a local city. I'm like, pause though. Please step aside so they can see me. And I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. I'm the realest from my city. That's on my knee, that's on TV, that's on mamas. Niggas don't believe me, come and see me. I been dodging all that fake. All these niggas working broke, but I been getting paid. All that know me from the street. Flexing for what feature, that's like every other week. Talk behind my back, I kick my feet up, have a seat. Cause at the end of the day, all these watching me as I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him, on God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him, on God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this bitch like, hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him. Hold up.